Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final workshop of the R&I project. And we are all very happy to be face-to-face, finally, after the kickoff meeting and the Ljubljana last meeting. We finally managed to join together our aim, our working here, and so we are hosting here is our maybe most prestigious historical building, Palazzo Greppi, that is the University of Milan. And I don't want to spend words about the project, the achievement, or whatever related to the deliverable, where we'll talk later, but just to say thank you to all of you, to all the partners, to all the members of the unit research for their very passionate commitment, involvement, their confidence also in overcoming all the hindrance, and maybe if COVID, if the pandemic would have not been, maybe things could have run differently, but nevertheless, we face all the difficulties, all the dire straits, sometimes also suffer some loss of partners during the running, and so we managed to, in any case, to realize a very good combination of all our skills. And I do believe that the main aim, the general scope of this kind of European projects is that to make people collaborate, to make people cooperate in a very superior aim. And that's our final result, main result. As we also Harald said yesterday, we have been able, you have been able to create stable relationships, stable confidence. And so this is the result, that so-called metacognition, okay? Maybe we have on the one hand, we have the result, the achievements relating to the innovation capacity, to the governance of the transnational agenda and the like. On the other hand, we have what we can base on all our further research and project. It is to say, the ability, the confidence, and also the path we had in order to create motivation, common motivation. We say, as a very famous proverb that English or Arabic proverb that say that you can lead the horse to water, but you can't him drink, okay? Maybe we also in Ljubljana, we say that. Now we are very able to create motivation to the horses or to the people working in research, okay? Basing on this, we will be able to reach and to face, to cope with any kind of research issue. So in the future, we will be able to deliver all the other and develop all our achievement related to research, to the triple helix and so on. But the most important achievement is that to be able to create a very far-reaching and long-lasting confidence, collaboration among different partners all over the Alpine region. And it's the main thing. I'm very grateful to all of you, as I could say, as sugar daddy, as the old dog of the company you keep. I can say that I'm very proud, because I'm very hopeful for the future, because I saw you, all of you, very young, very committed, very passionate, not so involved in political skepticism as the old generation are. And so I'm very happy to see this, and I I recommend you to keep this very important attitude and never lose it. So thank you again, and then enjoy also your stay here in Milan. We are facing a very incredible design week with a very brilliant and vibrant celebration of design, of artists, and so on. And then we will have a very also important workshop and debate later on. So I give the floor to Dr. Roberto De Marco, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Roberto De Marco. I am the contact point for Italy of the program. But here today I represent also Joint Secretariat in the program because they are very busy with the 2 calls opened for assessment of the project. So they cannot be here in Milan today, and I bring you their greetings. So I briefly introduce the topic. Sorry, I read just some minutes preparation. So the Alpine area is characterized by a long tradition of international and interregional cooperation at governmental and non-governmental level. The diversity of function and objectives reflects the different background on an institutional settings. So with the upcoming challenge due to global driving forces like climate change, economic globalization, migration, and most recently the pandemic and the geopolitical trouble that we are living. So the need for an alignment of strategies and objectives has dramatically increased, surely. So the macro-regional strategy for the Alpine region, USALP, stresses the need for increased multi-level and transnational governance. But as written in the application form of your project, although most of USALP regions develop smart specialization strategy, the research and innovation triple helix still focus little on transnational approach for strategic topics to better exploit economic opportunities. The fact that policymakers, academia, and business sector are currently not always jointly valorizing elements of a smart specialization strategy leads them to run a different pace, holding back benefits for the entire Alpine region. So your project, our project, is an attempt to overcome this problem, and we will see at the end of the day if you have succeeded. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Hello, good morning from my side too. I am Floriana Mulazzi and I worked on this project for the best part of these last 2.5 years.
Really, Floriana?
Yes. You didn't notice?
So you're not similar to the screen I watch.
So thank you very much for being here today in presence for the daring ones, and in distance. Thank you very much also to all of you. Today we are going to present to you our basically final results, the results from this long journey who started more than 3 years ago and has been pestered by the COVID pandemic. Of course, this project was designed as basically a never-ending event and workshops to involve all the triple, quadruple helix stakeholders into our activities to understand what they thought about S3 strategies, to understand how they are currently or how they would like to collaborate more among themselves and also cross-border. Unfortunately, for the most part, we had to do this basically online, relying on the new technologies that overcame our usual way to connect to each other. I think, my humble opinion, that we managed, and we involved a lot of the Alpine stakeholders into our many activities, several workshops, free policy piloting experiences, and seed labs and matchmaking parlays in different Alpine regions. Wow, my name just dropped. In a gesture of dissent, I suppose. Thank you very much, boss. And here we are sharing with you the results. The first things we did was to find out how stakeholders are interested into collaborate with each other and across border, and if we did both a base and we did a base research, which was both desk and then on the field, with regards to if there are already S3 topics that the Alpine regions shared among themselves. And we did find 3 very interesting macro topics on which all the Alpine regions are working effectively. One is circular economy, sustainability, and in particular circular economy. The second one is digitalization, which has 2 points of view. The first one is artificial intelligence and the development of these technologies which help other topics too. So it's a kind of transversal cross-cutting as a topic, but also, and this is a very much felt topic in the mountain areas, especially the infrastructures related to digitalization. And the pandemic especially made us very well aware of the necessity to improve our infrastructure. And then we found also that mobility all across the Alpine region is very essential. Having the Alps that divides us up is has always been, of course, on the one side a resource, on the other side a problem for the mobility of people and of goods, of course. And the recent development, especially of smart mobility, or smart mobilities, thanks to especially to the development of artificial intelligence and social media also, and social applications, gave us in the Alpine region a lot more possibilities to reinvent the way in which we are going to move in the present and in the next future. Not only ourselves, of course, but also our goods. And we are an essential part of Europe, of course, because the Alps divide all the southern part of the continent and the Mediterranean area from the Central Europe area, and basically it's at the heart of our continent. But so, on the basis of these first 3 very important shared topics, we developed our many activities that today we are going to present. We will start in a moment and we will treat during the morning the results from our blueprint scenario, which is a policy that we suggest to the EUSALP and to the macro region, so to develop a shared S3 or S4 strategies, because in a way or in another, sustainability has been anyway included into all our strategies. I think, is she arrived? Okay. So of course, traveling is not as easy as it used to be in the past. And yeah, transportation are doing their tricky moves to make in-presence events even more unpredictable that they usually tend to be. The Slovenian region will present their beautiful work on this blueprint policy. And then we will dedicate some time in presenting the results of our workshop activities on the relation between business and academia with the S3 strategies. We will have a coffee break here in presence, and also from home you are allowed to take your well-deserved coffee if you stay with us. And then we will have our first roundtable of the day, where we present the many realities that already are a concrete example of how businesses, academias, and policymakers are trying to collaborate with each other in order to bring R&I activities and projects into real products and real companies that might stand the test of time. I think I'm done. I am a little bit early, but I will call Miss Effie here to present. I don't know, Gita, if you want to introduce her. Okay, we are fine like this. I think that do we have the click? Cannot see.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having us here. This is a fantastic place, fantastic building, great history. It feels already that we are supposed to be doing something important. Okay. I'm going to present you in the next 15 minutes, hopefully, the work that we did together with Gita Sadnikar and two colleagues of ours, Fotinip Sara and Jennifer Harper, who unfortunately weren't able to be here today, even though they would have preferred that. So the blueprint elaboration. Okay, now the outline shows that we have separated the blueprint in two main parts. When you get to see it published, you will understand that part A is more theoretical and part B is more dedicated to methodologies and techniques and tools. What we did in part A actually was to think about and apply a specific elaboration approach. So what is a blueprint for strategic research and innovation agenda for the Alpine region? We thought it would be essential to ensure coherence between the different outputs of ARING, and they are very many and they are very valuable due to all the consultations they have carried out and the methodologies and tools they have tried, they have tested. So we also thought very important to introduce a multi-level governance approach connecting the regional, the national, the transnational, as well as the European. And we also thought that we should have a practical orientation. Strategic research innovation agendas, the way that they are done is equally important to the results that they bring out. And of course, last but not least, we had to identify the key mega trends that influence the Alpine region as well as Europe as a whole, because they are the mega trends that nobody can escape from. Now, the approach, it is it is consisting of certain building blocks. So what is the rationale? What is the scope? What are the goals of the SRIA? What will be the time frame? And then there are different development tracks. So you can do a strategic research innovation agenda very fast, building on the current situation, but you can also take a step back and apply a much more thoughtful and much more transformational approach to the Alpine region. So what would be the rationale and scope? Of course, the overarching strategy is the European strategy for the Alpine region. We also had, I mean, we thought that, and we studied the Alpine, the EU SALP strategy, and we saw that it combines very different aims, which is not easy. It needs to balance the development together with the protection of the environment. It needs to mutually benefit the interaction between the mountain areas, the lowlands, the urban areas, and this is always very difficult to increase cohesion of the region with the other European regions, to strengthen also attractiveness of the region and competitiveness. It all depends to the scope of this, to the level of ambition about the SRIA and the scope that it's going to have. And of course, this has implications to what kind of methods you will apply, what kind of stakeholders you will engage. In all these discussions, we thought, I mean, we were kind of confusing people saying, but is this the blueprint or is it the SRIA itself? Well, the two things cannot be separated. The way that a SRIA is going to be developed, well, that is the blueprint, is directly linked, very much influenced by what the SRIA scope will be and what your objectives will be. They cannot be separated. So inevitably, the SRIA for the Alpine region has to build on the EU wider goals like the green transition, the digital transition. It may also think about the sustainable development goals. It may also think, it should think about building capacity in the weaker regions, the poorer regions, and it should also take into respect existing principles like in research innovation, like the open innovation approach or responsible research innovation, and so on. And there are two main approach. I mean, this is not a general rule, but we thought that for the Alpine region and the work that has already been done, which is valuable and it is worthy, a fast track approach can be built. So what is the level of collaboration that exists today? What are the stakeholders that we have mapped in A-Ring and other indirect projects? How can we build on these relationships? How can we strengthen these relationships? There are common areas of interest that have been identified. So what to do in these areas of interest? You know, I mean, the simplest thing, well, I mean, in inverted commas, simplest thing is to launch joint research projects. But at the same time, there is a deep dive approach. So there are some common areas of collaboration, but are those the ones that we should be focusing on in order to have a joint approach for the Alpine region's development? Should we not take a step back and reconsider, is that what we need to do, work on the common areas, or is it like we have to identify from the start again, what is the vision we want to have for the Alpine region? How can we modify our own national programs to reflect this vision and strengthen the vision? So this is a more kind of step back approach. And who should we involve? Is it like the businesses, the policymakers, and the academia as usual? Shouldn't the stakeholders, the societal groups, societal actors be very much more involved? Are we not talking about the quadruple helix? Are we not talking about, you know, getting effective, comprehensive supply side policy measures as well as demand side? So these are questions addressing the deep dive approach. Now, these are the themes of common interest that have been identified: digital transformation, smart mobility, social innovation, sustainability, and combination of topics. I'll go through them quickly because there is very valuable material already in the existing A-Ring deliverables, and the megatrends that reflect all European areas. So we have the decrease of the younger population. We have the increase of the age of the population. We have continuing trend about urbanization. We have the diversity between the rural areas and the urban areas increasing. We have huge flows of migrants. We have shifting health challenges. Where do we go? I mean, not to talk only about the pandemic, which makes things worse. Megatrends continued, economic megatrends. The impact of the pandemic has not been measured, but it says, I mean, some studies already exist, but it's going to be huge. We also have the impact of the war. We also have the divide among the Alpine regions between the north and the south, the east and the west. We also have climate change, which we see every day in the way that the weather gets to our everyday lives. And we also have the scarcity of resources. So all these are great challenges that they are mega trends, but they too influence the region itself. Possible areas of collaboration, as I said, have already been identified in detail, combining also the different areas together: sustainability, smart mobility, especially digitalization. That is a cutting across thing. Now, if I go to part B, and I hope I'm not running out of time already, am I? I am? No? Okay. Thank you. So what we saw is that there is a value number of different projects that have tested specific methodologies. Among them is A-Ring, and there are several others that you can see in a few minutes. And we designed certain routes, what to do and what methods to apply in order to do these different things together. So let's go one by one. There is a valuable mechanism called the S3 innovation model for interregional collaboration. You can see here in the right-hand side, and there are interesting bits and pieces included in this graph, like the synergy diamonds. There is also a stress test methodology. Are the regions ready for collaboration? There is also the entrepreneurial discovery workshops methodology, how to bring the businesses together with the academia, as well as societal actors. There is also the methodology about action development workshops. Also the Cluster Innovation Express initiative, which is about funding, which we're going to see in a bit as well in more detail. There is a toolbox about transformative activity, and also an evaluation toolbox, which is very, very important, although lacking most of the times, the evaluation of what we are doing. So this is already a tested methodology that exists there. It's documented in the blueprint, and it is quite easy to follow it up. There are also guidelines published by the European Commission, like the methodological manual for building thematic S3 partnerships. This is very widely used. It addresses the two first phases of the transnational collaboration methodology of the Vanguard initiative, which we are going to see in a little while. So this is also a very useful methodological manual that the PAs, as well as the public authorities, not only, but also all the other actors in the regions, can very well dig into to see how they can apply these things to their region, to their regional collaboration. And they can even talk to people that have already used these manuals. This is the methodology of the Vanguard initiative, very well developed indeed. The fourth phases: learn, create a shared vision. This is the starting point. Connect, matching value chains of partners, bring everybody together. Demonstrate, develop networks of pilots, pilot activities, pilot projects, demonstrators, and also commercialize. Although this is the two last phases are focusing on high TRL levels, which goes more to innovation, the first two stages that has already been more developed by the European Commission manual are very valuable first steps for regions interested to collaborate to take forward. Another very important tool is the regional funding mechanism that has been tried through the Alps Connect cross-regional cooperation scheme. This involves three options. They have tested all three of them. One of them was the Innovation Express mechanism, which was a mechanism to bring together regional funds, and they launched calls for proposals. This was feasible, and they proved that it is important and it is feasible to do across the regions to fund joint research programs. So this is a ready-made mechanism that can be taken forward. And for the governance of such funding mechanisms, the Alps Connect project also has references to what should be done best. One of their proposals is that the regions interested to collaboration, they can form an R&I co-fund. Given that the partnerships now have taken new forms, the co-funded partnerships is something much broader, much bigger, much more ambition. There is also another starting point, which is called the Wide Era CSAs, the support activities funded by the Horizon Europe. And it is an instrument that can very well be exploited by interested regions. Then other instruments for cross-regional funding is the I3, the Interregional Innovation Investments, measures, projects that they fund mature joint innovation projects, and also the work that has been done by AlpGov, another project like AIRING, has also been very useful in having, I mean, they even have a database of the strategic funding programs, although it goes back some years. And they have also suggested the strategic implementation initiatives, which are projects that have been identified that can be activities of funded initiatives. Now, okay, this is also a very important step, which is all but the joint research projects. And they are interesting, equally important. How to engage stakeholders, how to do the communication about the strategic research innovation agenda and its development, how to build complementarities with RIS3s, and how to, scope the vision, as we said, steer the process. So very briefly, there is a huge theory about stakeholder engagement. We have taken what is suggested by the AIRING project, but also other projects here. We have paid particular attention on how to involve the young people, not only because this year is the year of the European youth, but because it is where the hope for the future lies. And if they're not engaged, then the rural areas, especially, and the deserted areas are do not really have any chance of reviving. Communication, very useful guidelines existing. We should say that the communication needs to be effective, needs to be a springboard to enable the mutual learning processes. It's not like a later stage, this is what we have done, tell us how good it is. It is engaging everybody that is being affected, everybody that should be involved, the key actors, involving them from day one. Dedicated resources it requires. We usually overlook that one, and it contains a range of activities. Multi-level design of the SRIA. We need to understand that the SRIA needs to cover at least 5 interlinked levels of strategic action, going from the very specific, which is the innovation strategies of the regions and the countries. It goes up to the smart specialization strategies. It goes up to the national strategies. It goes up to cross-regional and also to the micro-regional level. So we need to build capacities, and we need to capitalize on existing work. And there are several examples in the blueprint that do so. As well as complementarities with RIS3. So we're using also in the blueprint examples of other macro-regions like the Baltic and the North Sea. And we use them also to show how important it was for them to build the vision, the common vision. And they also have thematic research priorities, and they identify impact enablers. So there are other SRIAs, of course, that, as you know, that are very useful to build, to dig into, to see, what other regions have done. and take up their example. And as we said, and I'm getting around to the end of it, citing Anna George's words, which we found very to the point, is that a common research agenda able to build an effective ecosystem of research and innovation in the Alpine macro-regional area. We have to see the macro region as one, able to host an ecosystem of research actors, research activities, research approaches, and research policies and strategies. So the emphasis needs to be on a research and innovation ecosystem, not on the separate but overlapping, yes, but still separate national and regional bits and pieces that we can bring together. Building a SRIA is not bringing together a jigsaw. It's doing the actual drawing from the start. So everybody understands that we need to have strong business participation. We also need to have huge knowledge flows between the research innovation actors and good framework conditions. But in addition, we need to have active stakeholder engagement and also to unlock the resources and the funds. And believe me, there are funds out there. And thankfully, there is extensive work that has been done by ARING and also other projects like the ALPSCOPE, like the other Interreg projects that we can benefit from. Steering the process, let's go to the EU SALP governance level now. The AG1 group is very important to take up this role. And it is of primary importance to engage the AG1 as well as the other action groups of the EU SALP strategy, because they are thematic groups and research innovation is cross-cutting. So inevitably they have to be brought together. And of course, there are some preparatory activities that needs to be done, and there are some activities that needs to be ongoing. Like, for example, fine-tuning the approach. A SRIA is just the starting of the process. It is not like we build a document, we take it up in implementation, and that's it. We have something for the next 10 years. No, things change in the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Things even change from 1 month to another, as you may have realized in the previous period. Vision to priority setting, very important, as I said. Number one, the mapping of the roles and the priorities needs to be the primary focus of besides the vision setting. And we may also define certain different types of priorities. They may be thematic priorities, they may be mission-oriented priorities, they may be functional priorities to improve the function of our regional research innovation systems, which means we may need to create some other structure inside the region or at the cross-regional level, which means that we may establish a common procedure of bringing the actors together to collaborate that will be institutionalized, like the EDP process. So last but not least, the messages to take away. As I said, the SRIA is the start of a long-lasting journey that needs to be revisited at regular intervals. Of course, political buy-in is something that we cannot do without. And here the role of the EU SALP and AG1 in particular, but also in collaboration with the other action groups, is of extremely importance. It doesn't really have to be a very radical change that now we are doing the SRIA, so we just destroy whatever else we have been doing until now. No, it needs to be a step at a time. We need to build the collaboration. There has existed for many years, but going even deeper and creating even a common pot of funds for research innovation needs additional trust, needs additional processes of coming together and building and understanding each other, bringing the actors together so that they don't see in their own, little world. Either the fast track or the deep dive approach, the number one task is to set a common vision. The deep dive has a lot of more challenges, but it bears also a lot of additional benefits. Although the fast track may be a more feasible first step to take. And of course, the SRIAs are as effective as their implementation. And you cannot have implementation as long as you cannot measure it. So the key performance indicators are an additional important step to build. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks to you, Effie. I don't know if there are any questions from home or from here. You are allowed to ask. Of course, all the documentation and presentation will be put at your disposal on our website as soon as the
blueprint will be published end
of course,
June.
Yes, and presentation of all presentation introduced today will be at disposal on the website. We hope at the end of this week. Okay, I don't see any question. Are there questions? Fine, thank you very much. Okay, come here to use the mic.
Yes, for sure. The macro Alpine region has been considered as, we can say, a very weak economic region on the social point of view. So we are a lot of energies, investment, a long history in order to recover, to make this region and all the different countries, part of the countries to develop in this sense. So in some sense, we are overlooking to this marginality of the region in some sense. So, but do you think there is actually a real difference with any other kind of economic macro region? But if you exclude the problem related to the mountain, to the geographical resources, that is to say, this kind of innovation, this kind of strategies, sustainability, green energies, and so on, maybe we can also apply them to any other kind of economic region, for example. Maybe also in I don't know, for example, in the Po Valley, under Milan or so. And we are able to identify the specific innovation of the Alpine region, okay? You have done a very brilliant and exceptional work. But in this sense, how this kind of strategies can be also expanded to other economic regions. Yes, exported, not only to because
economically advanced.
Yes, under a general point of view, we saw that in other economic agenda, for example, with PNRR in Italy, they are not doing such a very integrated work, okay? They're just pointing on some different point of the value chain in this point, in this time. But I saw that maybe we have some very important achievement, and at this point of view that we can also export and to other territorial areas, for example, not only to the marginality of the mountains.
I think I understand the question.
Elaborate.
I do believe that my question is not so very sharp, not so very focused, but the sense I proved is just related to the idea that this is a very wide range strategies, not only to the traditional idea of mountains, okay?
Well, I mean, Yes, if I understand the question correctly, you say that the European strategies like, you know, the green transition, for example, is an overarching strategy, very broad. Maybe it is over focusing on technological developments, on green technologies, for example, and high and very strong and developed value chains that can be green, right? But I would say that the overarching European strategies like the green transition can be adjusted to the strengths of each particular region. And I don't think that, for example, in Italy, there are cities that have their own food policies. And, you know, they take care of that they don't produce a lot of waste. There are also very active citizens in cities that take care of, that they are focusing their activities on recycling, reuse, and reduce. These things you know, they do not need technology. They do not need huge funds. They need the sensitization of the citizens. They need raising awareness programs. They need bringing the actors together, you know, how the businesses are going to be collaborating with such communities in order to bring about green transition and the green transition does not tell you how you are going to green, but I mean, it's not obligatory to use as much technology as possible, but, you know, they tell you these overarching strategies that at the end result needs to be A, B, C, or whatever. So I would urge you, because also the isolated areas, be it mountains, be it, I mean, I come from Greece, I know islands. So isolated areas, they can be self-autonomous in relation to energy. If, you know, the government, the regional communities and the businesses all join up to this specific vision. And this is something that can be extracted to other areas. Equally valuable to extract your very important examples in terms of economic regions that are doing very well and export such strategies to other economic advanced regions. At the same time, I think it's more important for less advanced regions to build up to this model and be able to show a paradigm forward. Sorry.
Just try to put South Italy at the place of the Alpine region. That's the same. That's perfectly suitable to the South Italy, for example. So this, I do believe that we can also try to make this blueprint general view, overarching results to other economic areas, just to make much more profitable.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that one of the main takeaways that you already mentioned is that the Destria doesn't apply out of the blue, and there needs to be an engagement of stakeholders toward shared topics, thematics, interests, so that they are effectively active towards the creation of the strategy, and its implementation come just as consequences, basically. Like it becomes a necessity, no? And therefore, what he was saying also, I believe that yeah, it can be applied, but the base point, the baseline is that you need to create engagement as beforehand, like, okay. And which is basically what we have also tried to understand in this project, no? How engaged were the stakeholders and what was hindering this such engagement if there isn't enough of it already. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any other questions. We might release Effie, thank you very much. And if you want also to post us questions afterwards, we will be more than happy than that to forward them and give you the proper answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So now what we are going to do is exactly what I was, I'm sorry, they decided to create an happening outside of the building. And so as I was saying, SRIA cannot come out of the blue. And what we tried to do in the project was to understand what is the current standpoint for our stakeholders? Are we collaborating enough? Do business and academia get well on with each other or not? And if not, why? So we found out during the first baseline research of the project that there are apparently many factors hindering a more strict collaboration between among stakeholders, and we went on analyzing such difficulties and understand how to engage them more into piloting experiences. And so I invite on the stage Christina Lang and Corinna Schaar, were part of the leading partner for this research line. Okay, self-made woman. Very smart. Yeah, you might take the mic over there. Which one you prefer?
All right, take this one. Hello. Yes, it's working. Yes, a warm welcome to the second session, which is policy action required. What we want to do is outline a way to an innovative cooperation. And today I'm accompanied by my colleague Christina Lang from Hochschule Konstanz, who will outline the Alpine R&I chart in a short, which is actually also summarizing the entire work we did in the work package 3. So we want to give you an overview of all the findings that we have. Floriana will then, from University Milano, will again go on and outline the relation tool model, which is a very interesting model on how relations within the Alpine area can work, how they can come together. And I will finally end the presentation with some short policy recommendations, only giving a hint on what you can read in the paper and how public authorities can support this overall process in the Alpine area. So my name is Corinna Schaar of Hochschule Kempten, and I'm warmly welcoming you for this session. What we have done is that we have had the goal of finding the indications on the smart specialization strategies, because they are the underlying political strategies they are. We wanted to find out how the processes need to be built and how corporations are built within the Alpine area, and what the funding schemes are expected from businesses, from other stakeholders in the area, and what they maybe need and how they need to be adapted in order to support it. Because the biggest obstacle that we found out very quickly were that the S3 approaches are not exactly understood and comprehensive for a lot of stakeholders, but especially the SMEs, that the stakeholders have trouble of meeting new contacts, getting together, and that they find funding very bureaucratic and very short-term oriented. So there are some issues that we have found, and those are just the biggest obstacle that we want to tackle with our work that we are presenting you in short now. So I'm handing over.
So thank you very much, Corinna. And I have the pleasure to present you our results that are summarized within the Alpine Research and Innovation Chart. Here you can see all together how it is consisted of. And the initial idea was to create an action plan that helps to establish transnational collaborations between universities and companies and other business sector organizations, with the aim to strengthen research and innovation within the whole Alpine region. And for that, we tested and developed different activities and try to define a method that can be reliable and applied to different contexts in the future. And I will go over them in short detail. And the first thing is that we created specific methods and activities, which consist of the matchmaking parlays, the Alpine Seed Labs, and the relation to a model. And as Corinna already told, is that one obstacle was that companies and also other organizations find it difficult to meet new contacts and to identify potential partners. So with the matchmaking parlay, we addressed this obstacle by using a way to collect the different partners available, to collect information of them. So what are their interests, what are their knowledge? And we try to match potential partners in an effective way so that they can meet each other very quickly. And based on that first matches, we set up the Alpine Seed Lab, which is based on a design thinking approach. So we initiated kind of workshops where those partners that have already matched could work on their problems and in a co-creative way find new innovative ideas for those problems, and also a potential agenda for future steps, so that we have then a kind of comprehensive methodological process that allows to match, to identify problems, to kind of develop or create first ideas, and then in the end have a plan for the future work on those. And the third part is the relation to model, where we track those relations between potential stakeholders with the aim to build up a network within the whole Alpine region. And Floriana is going into the relation to a model in detail later on. And by testing those activities and in initiating in first pilots, we came across some issues that should be addressed as well. And the one is that that it is kind of necessary to have some joint structures, services, and actions that facilitate that those matchmaking parlays and seed labs will kind of be initiated and will be happening in the future. And the one thing is that some parts should be more centralized within the whole Alpine region. And to kind of realize that, one thing that might be helpful is an Alpine office, which as kind of a structure allows us to organize the matchmaking events and to interact with stakeholders, so that the Alpine office does some stakeholder management within the whole region. And the second one is to not only, apart from the first one where it is more a centralized structure, is to have a little bit of more decentralized structures with those supporting institutions across the entire Alpine region that provide information on possible funding opportunities and to help with the innovation creation process and the implementation of certain projects and partnerships. And the third thing is to develop a one platform in terms of a one-stop shop where all the data and the projects and the partnerships can be brought together, and where also the collaborative work over long distances could take place. And the last part in terms of a joint service would be to identify where adaptation of existing or the development of new funding opportunities is necessary. And the third part, as already said, is the Alpine Research and Innovation Relation tool, where it is important to track all the partners, the partnerships, and how they can and would like to collaborate in the future, so that it is the starting point for more transparency and for building up a network within the whole region. And the deep dive will now give Floriana.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see if I am able to use this thing. Okay, so basically what we've done in our research, we used several methods of data gathering and then analysis. On the one side, as my colleagues already introduced to you, we made a lot of observation while our stakeholders were interacting during our piloting workshops and events. We catch what their issue they were manifesting, and we underlined them, brought them together, and then we proposed a general survey that we administered to a total of, basically we gather a total of 113 answers, which I am specifically very proud of, because to engage so many stakeholders around the Alpine region was quite nice. A good majority of the respondents were from academia, but a very nice number were SMEs and especially startups, who had been very clear about their needs and their issue related to collaborating with the other kind of stakeholder. So two were the mostly underlined problems, and we encountered them throughout our project. The first and most important one is that bureaucracy is perceived as basically and clearly overwhelming, especially for SMEs and for startups who don't usually possess neither the skills, the competencies to approach, for example, to funding schemes, or to relate with the other stakeholders, because usually they are young and they are not in the business for a long time. So the skills on the one side, and the other side is the capacity. Basically, usually they are composed by few people. So few skills and few people made the time a very high constraints on their participation to the collaboration and to the collaboration efforts, which is very time consuming. A lot of our stakeholders underline this. And the second one is the general lack of clarity and thoroughness of information around the S3. Since our first interviews, in-depth interviews to our stakeholders, they didn't know absolutely what S3 were. Even if S3 are basically the basic strategies upon which all the regional funds are designed upon. And they were interested into the topics the S3 were related to, but they didn't know that those topics were called, those strategies, sorry, were called S3. And so this is an important lack of clarity, and also a difficulty in achieving the right information at the right time. And so that as a consequence, we saw that we observed that all project collaboration are managed as inner circle. Basically, once you enter in a partnership to create a project, then you tend to call in always the same partners. Sometimes it is funny because even if you didn't get very well along with your project partners, the fact that you overcame the bureaucracy needed to manage the project itself made it easier to think about involve with the same partners for future projects. And so this is quite hindering the extension of collaboration, and basically all the same people always relate to the same people. And this is contrary to open innovation concepts, which instead says and proclaim that you should be able to engage and to relate to as many stakeholders as possible in order to foster incremental innovations. So we focused our analysis on how to possibly create collaboration opportunities, so to overcome this inner cycle problem that characterized R&I project collaborations. And so we tried to take care of the lack of information and readiness and clarity, and the inner cycle problem. And so we proposed some solution at the level of infrastructures that might be created to help or enable the engagement processes. Working at the macro-regional level, we proposed 3 major actions that we can foster. First, and quite, let's say, at least on the paper, it would be quite easy to create a website that works as the famous one-stop shop for information at the macro-regional level. This should steer bottom-up initiatives. If I am small, medium companies, or if I am a startup and looking for information, and I live and I work in an Alpine region, I can look up at what they are doing at the macro-regional level through our website, and we should be able to retrieve all the information related to regional contacts points and regional S3 website. And then what are the most relevant S3 platforms on project and databases that are available for free or on payment basis. And then we propose also a clear explanation of the Alpine S3 Lab. The Alpine S3 Lab is a very basic process instrument that we also propose to EUSALP AG1 to adopt. Basically is a purely bottom-up process, which says if I am a stakeholder inside the Alpine region, I might make a plea to the AG1 about starting a project on a specific topic. The AG1, if they think the topic is interesting enough, might let me present to all the stakeholders present in the AG1 itself my proposal, and then they should start our piloting experiences, which are composed of several actions. I will show you a scheme that clarifies a little bit more these details. But so basically we can experiment and we can pilot the ideas of a stakeholder inside the micro-region, and then this can become an actual project and collaboration. Another important thing is basically to make peace among ourselves with regards to which terms we use referring to S3 topics. So clarifying and adopting a shared common language that is at disposal of any interested stakeholder. This is because when we talked to our stakeholders, we found out that this also wasn't clear. So, and many regions adopted a different nomenclature for things that basically are the same. And then the third action is the Alpine S3 Lab implementation that I was talking about. Again, it is a purely bottom-up initiative. It is simple and it doesn't involve costs of any kind before each region actually wants to take some action to organize the collaboration. We organized the result of our analysis around 5 different needs. The first needs, again, the information readiness, and we propose a solution, we already mentioned, the one-stop shop or website for information. A second need is fostering contacts between different stakeholders. So to overcome the inner cycle problem. And for this need, it is, we strongly suggest to region and macro region to adopt a marketing strategy for the S3. A marketing strategy is a long-term plan for all the communication and engagement activities. And it basically helps all stakeholders to understand where you started and where you are looking at with regards to how to achieve the goals of S3 strategies. We also underlined what are the features of our solution, our proposed solution, so that we might help this engagement and collaboration experiences. First of all, and most importantly, all information at the regional and macro-regional level needs to be translated in English. So all the website should have a specular page in English. And most of all, it is important also that funding schemes, regional funding schemes, are also proposed in English language, so that all the stakeholders in different regions might understand what is going on and can participate into the cross-border initiatives. And also it is clearly easier for the region PAs themselves to understand what is going on, and if some objectives or some topics can be taken care of together, so exploit synergies. Then we have a third need, which is the information clarity. And this goes into the realm of you cannot propose information, the same information to all stakeholders. So information explanation has to be tailored on each kind of stakeholder, because businesses speak a totally different language from public administrations, and they don't understand public administration languages. This is one of the first things that our stakeholders made us very clear. They don't understand what the PAs are meant to do and what they want them to collaborate to. Okay. Different stakeholders should be treated with different languages and different solutions. There is no one-size-fits-it-all policy or strategy here. We have a fourth need, which is the engagement and the effort to enter in the inner cycle, to enlarge such inner cycle that, as per today, it is very, very, very strict, very narrow. And so, as I said, we have to implement some enabling conditions for the peer-to-peer communication and engagement, and then the communication and engagement between different kind of stakeholders. And we propose different solutions. With regards to the information readiness, and also taking care of the other needs that I just spoke about, what we propose is an external regional contact point. What I meant is that we are aware that regions have contact points for their S3, but apparently stakeholders don't find them useful, or they are not enough. And we propose, because they are not enough responsive with regards to the market needs. And by markets, we intend both academia and businesses, but businesses most of all. And so an external contact point outside, something that is outside of the direct immediate control and hierarchies of the PAs and the region might suit the need. So we suggest that it need to be separated entity, and it should also have a matrix structure. And by this, what we meant, we found out that when implementing their policies, we can encounter two basic opposite engagement structure. The first one is, for example, related to Lombardy region, which is a huge region involving a very high density and number of stakeholders, and with a territory that is also very differentiated and diversified, sorry. In this case, we propose that the regional contact point is organized as a matrix, taking care of the S3 topics elected as in the strategy, and then a macro-regional focus, so that each topic is carefully overviewed both at a macro-regional level and in its essence. Other kind of region, for example, the one we piloted was the region of Burgenland, which are smaller and less differentiated, diversified, and present a lower number of stakeholders. They very much engage directly with their stakeholders, and let's say, more frequently, of course. And in this case, we proposed a matrix that is structured around the topic and the different stakeholders, which can then be addressed to the other contact point. We envision, as my colleagues also already said, an approach, a bottom-up approach, and the feedback loop on collaboration around research and innovation S3 strategies. And we can see that, as I was saying, there is this S3 lab process that we propose, where a stakeholder interested made a plea to the AG1. The AG1 vote if it is the case to start the lab or not, and we have 3 activities that might be started. The one is the Alpine matchmaking parlays. Corinna already introduced that we have these piloting experiences on the matchmaking. Basically, it's they are workshops in which we match our interested stakeholders on the basis of their different needs and interested. From the matchmaking, or if the topic, the question is already more elaborated, we can start up Seed Lab, where using design thinking technique or other appropriate technique, we might have them together working on something new, totally free of any previous relationship and any conviction. And then we might start a policy pilot. If the region are engaged into the topic and might want to experiment, we can foster such piloting experiences inside them, or even cross-border. So all these three activities might be coordinated by the regional contact points, who basically are the tramite, I lack the word, the medium, thanks you, the medium, sorry, the medium, through which stakeholders can be contacted, selected, and involved, and coordinated, then, and all the activities can be realized. It also can gather communication results, statistics, and info so that they are organized basically in the same way, guaranteeing that information clarity and thoroughness that then goes back to the stakeholders so that they are all engaged, and it is easier because if it is the same institution that provide information to all the stakeholders in their different language, then they can really understand. And regional authority can have results, and these results might feed back into the EUSALP AG1, who might take macro-regional actions towards this. And this is a detail on our proposed regional contact points organization and of the various activities. And of course, as I already said, we might release the information and the results of our research by the end of the month. And I think I am exhausted you enough, so I can leave the word back to my colleague Corinna. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions. We will exploit later on in the roundtable these themes. To exhaust you a little bit more.
Just to give you a comprehensive overview, you mean? Yeah, so there are various stakeholders in the Alpine region, SMEs, enterprises, academics, but right now we want to focus on policy recommendations, how the public authority can set a framework in order to support the collaborations and the relation building with funding schemes and different methods and actions, as Christina already outlined. So in a short summary, because I think we're stressing time a little, I want to give you an overview, but I think it will be most beneficial if you read the paper later, and I will hint to that as well in the end. So the target was to strengthen the Alpine region and to support innovation and cooperation within the region. And we did that by understanding especially the needs and requirements of businesses and academia in the terms of innovation, strategy, so the unknown S3 topics, and collaboration. For that, we had the various interactions with business and academia, but of course, we also talked with different stakeholders to bring various views into the process. So what we found out and what we would like to suggest to public authority with regards to the smart specialization strategies is that they really outline the value and propose how it can be beneficial to every stakeholder amongst the region. Because as we said, most companies, especially the smaller enterprises or businesses, they don't know what it is. They don't know how to use it. They do go along with it usually because policy did make them fit to the region, but they don't know that they actually do follow the S3. They don't know that they are there. And if they know, that's the next one, they say it's too complicated. We don't even understand what is written there. Sometimes they don't know what it means. So we suggest strongly to make it in a simpler, more comprehensive wording. And also, as I think Floriana was outlining, there needs to be an English translation of all regional and national S3 topics. Because if you want to set up a collaboration and you look for a different region, you often cannot find the S3 topics in English. So you don't know what the region is focused on. So it would be a very much faster option if you could just read it in English. What we do strongly suggest is that there is a direct contact person for on all national levels that can connect the businesses and the different stakeholders, like the one-stop shop and the national office, yes. And what actually is really important, as I indicated a little bit on the value proposal, the smart specialization strategies, actually the businesses said for them it's a challenge because it doesn't really go along with their real challenges. It doesn't represent their real life, their real obstacles that they face, and their real direction that they go. So if there's a new process, they actually wish to be included and bring in their views and points. And then you could set up probably a more target-oriented S3 strategy, which all of the partners, if you include all of them, would go along, and that would help the process overall. And as we were indicating, building cooperation will build innovations because they will come together in consortia, but it's very hard for them often to find cross-regional partners. And that's where we suggest going along with the matchmaking mechanism, which is in detail outlined in the paper that we will upload, I think, very shortly on the Alpine website. And then the support organization with a cross-regional representative can actually initiate partnerships. So we imagine that there could be on a national level a representative, and that representative connects with a national different representative, and they interact and interchange which SMEs or which partners are seeking, and then they can connect people and bring them together, which can then happen on Alpine-wide events where people can just show up and make matchmaking along, for instance, with the matchmaking process that we initiated and tested, which went very great. That we did like there was a profile that they filled in. They told us what they need and where they come from, and we could actually meet them and put them together in groups, and some very fruitful cooperation have already started. So I strongly suggest to read on the matchmaking. And then at last, the matchmaking platform. That's again a hint to the one-stop shop that Floriana already outlined. One platform where everything can be found would be useful to anyone. If we have all information that we are discussing with all the 3 packages of our project and bring them on one website, everyone will find all information in one instance, and it's not taking hours to find the information in various places. So we strongly suggest to go into making a new platform that brings the information together. Lastly, we have looked into the funding schemes and how they can support and how they are, or how they need to adapt in order to support cooperation. And we found that, of course, they are experienced as too bureaucratic because everyone rather wants to focus on the content and wants to bring up the innovation. But we had that very interesting discussion yesterday also, that if you set up a 4-year project, you don't know at the first year what you really bring out in the 4th year. So it really should be that public authority probably needs to rethink how they set up fundings. And at that we want to also indicate that they should focus on smaller project consortia so that you don't always need to include, I think we have 10 partners. Maybe sometimes it would be easier if there's only 2 or 4 partners and you can focus also a bit more national wise. We would also strongly suggest to rethink the funding periods, because right now they're often set down to 2 or 3 years. But if you look on the academic side, for instance, they want to promote PhD studies, and a PhD usually goes more like 4 or 5 years if you also do a project on the other side. And for the businesses, they want to hand out contracts. So they're all asking if the funding periods could be longer. And then in general, they are, especially the smaller enterprises, are asking if there could be templates of calculation and contracts. So anything that can support them to make it less bureaucratic and easier to work with. Yes, and all of this is of course applicable to transnational cooperation, but probably to any cooperation and collaboration if we think about it, and probably to most funding schemes. What we think would be the best is to support business and academia with finding suitable project partners and funding schemes through the platforms and the office. And yes, place all information at one space, because that everything that makes it faster makes it more likely that people will use it. So now I think the policy is required to make some action. And we just put it out there. We think the most important is that there is a thought about establishing an Alpine office, and that there is a direct and regular interaction with all triple helix stakeholders and not only with some. So I would strongly suggest that as soon as we've uploaded it within June, that there's the Alpine R&I chart, which outlines the mechanisms on how to set up collaborations and innovations and how to define processes to set up S3 new processes. And then a short paper on the policy recommendations where we explain in depth every single recommendation that I did now in a short overview. And I think with that, I'm happy to end this round.
Thank you very much.
We up here don't have anything to add.
Yeah, if you have any questions, even from home, you are free to ask. Otherwise, we are a couple of steps away from our coffee break. Okay. So if no questions arises, evidently we exhausted them. So good job on us. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Okay. So coffee break, everyone. Okay. And we will see each other at 11 as sharp as we can. And for our roundtable with various supporting organization that helps businesses, academias, and PAs to work together. So to bring down to earth, as we call it, innovation, research and innovation projects into real products and companies. Thank you very much. See you later at 11.
Funziona.
Prova? Funziona. Ottimo. So I wait for a signal from our directors. We are ready. Okay. Thank you very much from home for your patience. We enjoy the luxury of the coffee break a little bit too long, but as usual, you know, connection and talking. So here we are at our first roundtable for the day. And I'm going to introduce all the discussants. First of all, Umberto Bondi from University of Svizzera Italiana, Università della Svizzera Italiana, or University of Lugano. I think it is known outside of the Swiss borders. He will introduce the work he's doing at the Startup Center. Then we will have from home Simona Rataj, who is in charge of the Innovation Fund inside University of Ljubljana. And then we will have Professor Luca Solari, who is taking care here of Fondazione UniMi, another institution who's incubing startups coming from University of Milan Research. And then we will have Nicola Redi from Venture Factory, who is the man with the money, guys. And lastly, but surely not the least of the lot, is Francesca Cassaro from We Europe. So we discussed this morning about the difficulties that businesses and academias are facing in collaborating with each other and together with the PAs in order to elaborate and then, let's say, bring down to earth research and innovation project, especially if they are ambitious, like high technologically project involving digitalization, biomed, and so on and so forth. But all of you are here to represent realities that have taken upon themselves the hard job of making things happen, let's say so. So to foster such collaborations and to actually make projects become products and eventually companies that can work in the long run for open innovation and for innovation in many fields. So I will leave the floor firstly to Umberto, and I would like him to introduce whatever he's doing the Startup Center up there in Lugano. Umberto?
Okay, my name is Umberto Bondi. I'm working at Università della Svizzera Italiana in Lugano, and I'm part of the staff of the Startup Center of the university. What the Startup Center is doing, basically, there are two main pillars. The first one is creating a community supporting startups, and the second one running the incubator. What is an incubator? An incubator is an infrastructure that should support the creation and the growth of new company. In particular, company that should scale and should find a repeatable business model. Okay, what should do an academic incubator? In particular, we should exploit the know-how and the talent developed inside the university. What does it mean? It means that the people inside the university should develop know-how that sometimes can be exploited in intellectual property. And how to manage this intellectual property is not easy. because at that point is starting the combination of different actors populating the ecosystem. That is the government, the university, and the business. And the business is not only what we think about it, means company working each other, trading, and so on. A very important part are the investors in this part of business. On the other side, the government is responsible to create the condition for such a kind of collaboration. And the university is responsible for creating knowledge, talent, and so on. What we are doing exactly inside an incubator, we are offering different services, in particular spaces. We are offering event, part of the training, and coaching. But more and more, we are facing the fact that we should show to the startupper what is the innovation ecosystem in which they are immersed, in which they are embedded. And the ecosystem for a startup is a kind of concentric system. It's the first is the territory. Later on, there is the country in our case. Later on, we have the country, Switzerland. And this is the most important issue. If they're interested to scale, the Alpine region is a very interesting region because in terms of economic dimension is equal to Germany. We have a similar GDP, very similar number of people, and very different business running such a kind of ecosystem. There are different regions organized in different way. In Switzerland, Switzerland is not following the smart specialization strategies S3 model, but is basic on a regional innovation ecosystem. The most strongest one is the one around Zurich that is not funded by the government. And there are other, I think, 6 that are funded by the Confederation. There is the French part, the part of Bern, Basel, Central Schweiz. It is more or less the group of cantons around Lucerne. Ostschweiz, it is Grisons and St. Gallen, and Canton Ticino, that is the only one that is matching one canton with one regional ecosystem. So the startupper, if it's not the serial startupper, normally is a newcomer. Normally he has he mastered a technology or a set of knowledge. He thinks that he can convert this knowledge in a business, but he has to face a lot of new things. In particular, what is missing is that a lot of startups are coming from sometime in our university, from management, from informatics, from biotech. That means all these people, basically, they don't have a real knowledge in finance. They don't have really a clue what finance is and how the investor are thinking. That means we have to start working with startup exactly for preparing that in facing the regular business part, that is basically trading, and how to deal with investors. Many things that the speaker here will talk about. Our role, because we are really dealing with early stage of the startup process, is try to understand what is the basic idea. In the English word magic is exactly the key of this part. Where is the real idea that can trigger a business? And we are spending a lot of effort in clarifying what this idea is, what are the strongest points, and how to turn it in a business. It takes a lot of time. The first action normally is the pitch training. So how to explain your idea in 1 hour, 1 minute, 2 minutes, maximum 10 minutes. But behind there is a lot of work because they have to understand all the aspects of their basic idea. And regarding this project, regarding Garing, what we are doing, we are creating a kind of meta business plan in which they have to focus on each aspect. That means the market, sales, the business development, the roadmap, the money they need, how much consider the multiplier that the investor is looking for, and so on. And in particular, I talk about the market. It's important for that focusing on their own value chain. And for a startup, that means a small group of people, quite often very young, without a big experience. The real focus is to concentrate on a very small step of this value chain, the one where they can present the biggest added value, the unique selling proposition or the unfair advantage. If it's an unfair advantage, it's something that somebody else cannot copy, take, and so on. The best way of defending this issue normally is a patent or industrial secret, but all these aspects are, at the end of the day, legal aspects. And for a young engineer, it's not easy to understand such a kind of aspect. So imagine how many aspects the startup should face. They have to face legal aspect, financial aspect, management, and so on. And they are, in general, not well prepared. They are just mastering part of the idea or part of their own technology. Our incubation process is about 3 years. The initial one is devoted to collect information, understand better what the other group are doing. Later, they have to prepare the business plan, literally, the plan of the activity they have to do in the next 2 years. I'm not talking about the document. And in the 2 years of the actual incubation, they have really to develop their own business. That means they have to start developing a proof of concept and prepare a number of hypotheses they have to defend in front of customer because they don't have reputation. The startup doesn't have any kind of reputation. And in particular in front of the investor.
And that's it. I must say that when you started to describing the ecosystem, it resembled a lot like Dante's Inferno, because the circling and spiraling.
The link between the incubator activity and the link project. Imagine that a startup normally is facing something very innovative, that normally is not self-contained in one of the classical disciplines. Normally, a startup is working in transversal way, for instance, medtech and data science. So they have to master 2 domains of knowledge. And moreover, they have to understand who is doing the same work somewhere in Europe. This is why S3 platform is becoming important, because they have to manage their own vertical. They have to understand the dynamic of the business, and normally they don't know exactly where the relevant stakeholders are. The stakeholder can be the next customer, the supply chain, or the investor. So having a clear idea who is doing what in Europe, in particular in the Alpine area, is becoming more and more important. Moreover, each region has different way of supporting startup in terms of funding, in terms of coaching, in terms of great connection, and also in terms of investing. We talk about the public part and the private part, work in very different way. For instance, in Ticino, banks are not useful in the startup process. In other regions are fundamental. This is just an example.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. I don't know if questions for Umberto? To me, the presentation was very clear, especially around the figure of the innovators, the startup, which is this kind of myth, no? Because oftentimes he's a very skilled technician in its own domain, but it's absolutely not skilled in other domains, and most of all in the one that matters, which is in the startupping process, financing, and how to present a financially sound project for his or her idea, of course.
Yes,
so
this is important that the incubator staff knows exactly how the ecosystem is working and how other ecosystems in other regions are working. Because one of our goals is create connection and contact and explain how the system, I don't know, in Austria or in France is working. Because the topic more or less are the same, but the jargon is different, the funding measures are different, the way of how the region is supporting the startup or SME is different. And the people normally is expecting to have the same instrument they can find at home. when they have to collaborate with other partners in other regions, the instruments are totally different. And there is becoming very important having connection like the R&I network, you know, to understand how to support these people.
Thank you very much again. So if no question arises, I would leave the floor to Simona Rataj, who is presenting the innovation fund that they created at the University of Ljubljana. Simona, are you there?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe...
And do you see my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I hope it is the PowerPoint of University of Ljubljana Innovation Fund, not anything else.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you very much, Floriana. University of Ljubljana just recently joined the large group of universities that are managing their own proof of concept funds. Well, we established ours in 2020, so 2 years ago. And in the last 2 years, the attitude of researchers towards entrepreneurship and collaboration with industry and society has really much improved, not only due to Innovation Fund, due to a lot of factors, but also Innovation Fund was one that was helping in this matter. So our fund is part, as I said, of the whole package of support services aiming at commercializing research developed at our university, from intellectual property identification to protection with patents or other ways of protecting IP like business secrets or copyright. Then proof of concept and connecting researchers with industrial partners from all around the world. So the fund is aiming to support promising projects that are already in our pipeline, but because there is a promise of some financial resources, it is also with it we motivate researchers that are not in our pipeline to apply, and then we identify really new projects that have promised or they have market potential, and we add those projects and those researchers to the list of our clients. The fund covers the activities advancing the technological development stages of projects such as consultancy services, feasibility studies, prototype production, market analysis or research, and participation in trade fairs and industry events. A smaller amount is intended also for material costs, equipment up to 30%, and labor costs of additional complementary researchers. So in other words, a researcher that provides the expertise that core team lacks. So it is not intended to further research of basics, let's say the research that is usual at universities, but research that is related really to commercialization. And the goal of the fund is quite obvious. It is to reduce the risks of supported projects and to make them more attractive to potential clients from businesses and society. And how does our process look like? Well, you can see here the insight into the steps from start to the final decision, but I can summarize this into 3 main steps. The first one is the first step is to prepare and publish the annual call for proposals to motivate researchers to apply for funding. And this for the third call, this is the stage now from beginning of May, and now in 1st of June, the third call will be published and it will be closed in mid of August. So now we are really motivating researchers to apply for the new batch of projects. And once the call is closed, the second step is to find suitable experts from industry to assist our evaluation board at University of Ljubljana in assessing the projects. During this step, we also train researchers on how to present their projects. And of course, we organize the presentations, those pitches, in front of the evaluation board. The last step is then the evaluation board. This is usually in October, and the rector of the University of Ljubljana approve the new list of supported projects. There is more to the eye, more to the fund that meets the eye. It is certainly not big. Our annual budget is only 70,000 euros. In comparison, there are universities that grant up to 100,000 euros per project. Nevertheless, we do not see this smaller budget as an obstacle. We take what is available at our university in Slovenia and throughout Europe, and we combined those possibilities for the benefit of researchers and their projects. For example, the external reviewers that help us evaluate the projects and their market potential, they serve as, of course, potential business partners, as market feedback, and as advisors for further development. We always ask them, is there any advice you have how to further approach with this project, whom to contact? And we get this information with help of companies, and then we try to push the project and test it through with the advice that we receive from companies. And our external advisors become, and they also remain, an important part of our innovation community. The fund also serves as a reference for the supported projects, for the researchers, as motivation for researchers to try something new and to think in different kinds of terms, from market potential, from point of view of companies, and to meet with companies, to go and join industrial events and not scientific ones, and where they meet the companies and they really hear the different types of questions that are not similar that they get from fellow researchers. And those questions and information is really important one for further research. So the projects that are supported and their teams, they also receive mentoring and coaching, both from our office and also from our university incubator. And here we work with international coaches from really specific research and industry sectors. So we are trying to get really good experts that are familiar with both research and also industry, and they really know how to push research towards the industrial application. As a smaller university, we really need to be resourceful. Therefore, we connect with national and international innovation ecosystem actors, both in the public and public sector. And we collaborate with them for further development of our projects. We support our teams in acquiring additional entrepreneurial trainings, participating in international networking and matchmaking events, especially those that bring together researchers and entrepreneurs with the aim of building entrepreneurial teams around research and deep tech spin-off creation. And the question perhaps you are asking yourself is, what have our projects achieved in the last 2 years? So I'm sure you know that 2 years is not a lot of time to develop non-ICT projects. Our projects, we have supported 9 teams, so 9 projects in the last 2 years, and they come from biotechnology, mechanical engineering, energy, and pharmaceutical sector. So time-consuming sectors. And the results are 1 spin-off established in last year, 2 teams in process of establishing spin-offs, optimized processes, working prototypes, and a project under a license negotiation. And of course, a shift in culture that is really priceless. And to present one case in more detail, I will be talking a little bit more about the spin-off that has been created in the last year. The technology is related to animal health and sustainability. in fruit production. So green production, sustainability, less impact on health and environment. We are fighting with this technology pathogenic bacteria in animals with help of Bacillus subtilis. It's beneficial bacteria that is fighting bad bacteria, let's say like that, and we are not using antibiotics in the process. The research team has received all of our usual IP support, so IP protection, patenting, then coaching, support to marketing, preparation of promotional materials, dissemination of those materials, connecting with industrial partners, and how to pitch or how to talk to industrial partners when we establish a connection or a meeting. The researchers also entered a competition that is running for years now at University of Ljubljana. Rector's Award for Best Innovation, it is called. It is an activity that is celebrating and awarding motivated researchers. And it is also an additional tool for our office to identify technologies and with market potential, and to identify motivated researchers. Again, this is really important to have not just a good technology, but also to have a motivated team behind it. Our team came among the top 3 innovations, and they received small award money, but also additional trainings or topics like pitching to investors, developing the market, and the business model. And then, as Knowledge Transfer Office, once we participated in one of the EIT international events, so access to international innovation environment, and there we came into contact with Commercialization Reactor. This is a platform from Latvia connecting researchers with entrepreneurs. So researchers that do not want to be entrepreneurs with entrepreneurs that don't have a good business idea. So they connect both fields, both spheres, and start building the relationships and also knowledge and competence of the people that are really feel the energy and they feel connections. So our research team connected with an entrepreneur from Latvia, and together they started to analyze the market and the approach to the target clients. So they started to develop ideas on how to really approach the market, which was really good for our researchers because they came into the contact with how market is thinking differently from researchers. All of them also received specialized trainings in terms of market development. And then also they connected really well, the researchers and the entrepreneur, and they decided to create a company together. They also received investment of 50,000 euros from Latvian investment organization agency for the further development of the market approach. And last year in the summer, the research team applied and successfully received additional financial resources from University of Ljubljana Innovation Fund for further development of technology according to the specific needs of the industry. So the poultry meat producers or the growers of chicken. The information is of course coming from the entrepreneur that is searching and testing the market, and the companies that our researchers talk to. Since university is part of Utopia European Universities, and one of the activities of this project is to support innovative researchers, the research team was also has been granted the Innovation Mobility Program, and they are now planning the meetings with additional companies to talk to them and to understand their needs, really specific needs, how to really implement the small technology. So the idea to the last bolt and screw and everything that the company needs to think about when they implement a new innovation. And this is a really important information because they need to know to bring the technology to really to the market level. And of course, because they can develop acquaintances and even relationship with those companies that they are going to meet. So a lot of work has been dedicated to this case. It has been done from, I think that from the last 2 years, we have been working with researchers on this case. Researchers, of course, have done a lot, and we also have done a lot in order to bring it to the new levels. But there is still a lot to be achieved. There is still, there has been license, of course, with the spin-off, but there is no celebratory amount of money of 1 billion euros that we could sell it. So we are trying to bring it closer to this amount. But what is important is that we are taking this path with researchers together. We trust each other and we enjoy the process together. And this is also important for success. So going back to more general information about the challenges of innovation fund that we have faced, these are the few. So securing funding for the fund for the first time, then motivating researchers to apply, finding good evaluators, and preparing researchers to think in terms of business model development. So these are the things that we have perceived as challenging, but now because of the third year, everything is becoming much easier. And the lessons that we have learned are the following. Money is important, but money alone is only part of the story. For techno-transfer staff and researchers, it is crucial to support each other, to motivate each other, and to be open to connect to new, complementary, to right people, from coaches, mentors, industry partners, to incubators, innovation support organizations, to investors, and working hand in hand for mutual benefit as a true team. This is what is really important on a long run. To connect, to know whom to ask for a question that researchers have in a particular moment. I think that also the previous speaker said that to know whom to contact is really important now. I really hope that I have been brief and clear enough, and for additional information, I am at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona. I might have a question for you, which would be, if you could ask something out of the Alpine region, what it would be? What is an improvement in the current situation that the macro region could help you with? I know it was out of the blue.
Yeah, yeah, I was thinking, well, what is always nice to have cross-border international matchmaking events with companies that are looking for any kinds of solutions from research that are trying to apply for projects with researchers, anything that is related to specifics and specific networking events. So topics related, research related, industrial sectors related networking events, that would be really helpful. Another one is, but I think that now it is this process of establishing is regional POC fund. So what I was talking about is the local, so institutional innovation fund, so POC, proof of concept fund, and connections of us that are collaborating with researchers through the process of POC in the regional POC funds. I know that you have it in Italy, now in Slovenia and Croatia. It's going to be established quite soon. I think in the next month it is planned to be. And such connections with partners, that this is what we would find helpful.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you very much. And so I leave the floor to Luca Solari, who will talk to us about Fondazione UniMi and its not only activities, but also philosophy of existence.
Survival.
Which is a philosophy of existence.
Exactly. Minimal. No, I'm just kidding. Good morning and thank you for having me here. I'm present at Fondazione UniMi, but I think it's important to say that I'm also an academic practitioner. So I've chosen to live at the intersection between what's going on in companies and the university as a whole. And I'm a professor in management, human resources management, with a specific focus on change management, transformation, and innovation. So the reason I'm telling you about myself, which is not in itself very interesting, is that this to some extent explains the setting. So Fondazione UniMi of my speech. So I'm talking first about Fondazione UniMi, and then I'd like to move to some consideration I've come up in the past 4 years on what might be needed to get things to roll at a different speed. So as part of the university, I mean, we've been around for a while, but before we were kind of a hybrid. So we were participated by external actors, and we started with a specific focus on accelerating spin-offs internally. So the idea was to gather resources from funding partners and set up a separate place from departments and laboratories where people could, you know, engage into endeavors to create new firms or new business ideas that I might say didn't work. And it didn't work for several reasons. You should never give too much money to professors, first of all, because they, you know, you end up not knowing where it goes. And it's not because they become rich, they start, you know, spending frantically on whatever technology might be interesting out there, not necessarily within a business plan. And secondly, at some point, our partners decided that, you know, they would like to stop financing us so much without really seeing the added advantage for them. So I'm making this long story short, actually, and then we decided to go on our own, and we set up Fondazione UniMi, which is 100% owned by the university and is in charge of complementing activities from our internal division on technological transfer, innovation, spin-offs, startups, and so forth. So at this time, the University of Milan, being the second largest university in Italy, also in terms of patents, is you know, delivering something which we are proud of, even though maybe we shouldn't be too proud. We have more than 311 inventions, 830 patents, 16 spin-offs, which, I mean, as I said, partially we need to be proud of that because to some extent they grew up out of the motivation and intensity of many colleagues, initially without that much of the support that we are now trying to give to them through Fondazione UniMi. And I don't want you to think of this as a criticism to the university in itself. We'll see that this is mostly a consequence of the institutional setting with where most, or I would say all public universities in Italy operate, and there are dramatic changes to be made there. We, as Fondazione UniMi, we are now trying to restart the process. So to legitimize through colleagues and students and PhDs and everybody else, the idea that innovating and setting up startups and becoming entrepreneurial is part of what a university is about. So we have this program, which is Seed for Innovation, where several companies are helping us in the scouting section. So scouting today for us is the priority. And that's why I told you we shouldn't be too proud, even though we are proud of the past achievements, because the true issue is to make, innovation, transfer of knowledge, a key component of our everyday life at the university, which it is not today. It is a side effect most of the time. And I do believe that this is the major shortcoming in our ability to promote that kind of widespread change we would like to talk about. So, having, very rapidly checked on what we do, and, there are many more things. We are starting now at the Milan School of Management in the aim not only to, promote innovation and change within the universities and across the boundaries, but also helping companies develop their competency internally in a different way. And we are actors in the big development of MIND. MIND is this Milan Innovation District that maybe some of you have heard of. We are one of the 4 anchors there, and it's going to bring to a different level the local investment on our ability to promote, human-related innovation and change. Having given proof of what we do, I'd like to share with you some considerations coming also from my background on what might be beneficial if we were to start untapping the potential. I think it's pretty clear to everybody that if you look at Europe, at most areas of continental Europe, we have an incredibly untapped potential compared to other places. And there are many reasons why we are lacking behind. And all these reasons up to date have not yet brought to any clear action. And I do believe that just pouring money into this, as I said before, is a stupid reaction. Innovation is not about how much money you have. You need money, truly. But just pouring money through institutional channels brings us back to the big constraints we face, which are mostly, as I said, institutional built. So I'm using a very simple model we use in human resources management to describe what has an impact on behaviors. And this model is called the AMO model by Applebaum. Applebaum says that if we want to understand the behavior of individuals, we need to look at 3 components. First is abilities, what people know, what they can do, capacities, blah, blah, blah. Second is motivation, that's the M. And the third is opportunity, which means designing contests where people who have the ability and the motivation to do things can do them. So if we take these 3 components in a very simple description, what are the things that we have so far seen might need some changes? Let's start from abilities. I do believe that thinking that entrepreneurship is something that is an add-on to your education from undergraduate to graduate to a PhD is a stupid proposition. So in a sense, even though we are there to develop highly specialist knowledge in the different domains, from liberal arts to biology to medicine to whatever else, I think it's high time that we started realizing that anybody in a capitalistic economy would need to get at some point some kind of decent schooling and education on what it means either to work or to set up a company. So first thing first is if you capture people when they are in the later 30s or 40s and you start thinking that now they might need courses in entrepreneurship, you're a fool. Too late. People have, either they do have that as, an internal capacity, or it's too late. So we need to start talking about what it means to set up business, to work much earlier than that. And only if we do that, then it might be useful to support and complement. What I'm saying doesn't, as you will see in a moment, mean that everybody should be then the manager of their company. That's a different story. But it's one thing if I do understand what a profit and loss is, if I do understand what a business proposition is, if I do understand what stakeholders are, even though I'm, highly skilled biologist, it's another if I don't know anything about that and I just delegate completely to others. So first thing first, on ability, that's. Second thing is, we do find a lot of difficulties given the structure of faculties and how far apart people are to bring multidisciplinary teams together. I think that's crazy. You know, university like ours, they are made up of people who can do whatever. I mean, we don't have engineering. That's the only thing we lack, but we have many colleagues who have whole engineering background and then working in informatics elsewhere. Rarely do we see them really joining parts. So you have all these very vertical teams developing their own ideas and then maybe paying external consultants while they could, you know, set up things together. That's so stupid. We are pouring again money out of the window. And my question is, why is that happening? I mean, I think it's, you know, and you know, it's interesting because even when research has asked us to, you know, create multidisciplinary teams, it seems to be at the market. You know, I just need somebody from that or that. Can I have 2 kilos of human resources management because I need that? It's gonna give me more points. Yeah, and then it's over. You just sign there, maybe they give you some money and they leave you there. So stupid. That's for abilities. I'm not covering all of them, so just a few things. Second, motivation. At least here in Italy, we have a crazy teacher-scholar model. Actually, we don't have a teacher-scholar model. Nobody's talking about a model. I was visiting professor at Cal Poly in the US, which is not necessarily one of the best institutions there, but the first thing that struck a chord with me was they do have a teacher-scholar model, which means they have a formalized way of saying, what are people contributing to the university? And people, to some extent, have the chance of deciding the mix. So let's imagine I'm, you know, continuously pouring out A+ level papers. That's going to contribute to the bottom line of the university. Why should I then necessarily teach as much as the others do? Or why should I be an entrepreneur? Maybe that's what I really like to do, and that's what I'm good at doing. And, you know, some other colleagues might be, you know, having a different mix. So there's the need to start doing this, because the way it is today, at least here in Italy, is that you have 1 + 1 + 1. And if you want to go as an entrepreneur, +3, which means that your workload becomes 6. And that's crazy. So we need to make space for things that are important to us. So if it's important for us to promote transfer of knowledge, we need to be aware that this is an investment. And if we don't want to invest money, we need to invest time of people. So people need to be allowed to decide to some extent the mix and be responsible for that as well. Secondly, the incentive structure is crazy, you know, which is not to say again that people do become entrepreneurs for money. It's not necessarily that. We know motivation is a much more complex factor, but I don't know whether you know it, but the way the University of Milan is, for instance, you cannot earn more money than what you're paid by the university. So let's imagine, you know, I'm earning 50,000 euros per year, which is not that far apart from what it happens to be for a full professor, which is on, you know, an academic practitioner. The university cannot pay me anything more than that. So let's imagine I have a company and, you know, the company is embedded in the university. At some point there's a tap. This is crazy. This is stupid, I think. And I cannot see the reason. Better, I know the reason. And the reason is in deeply, you know, embedded ideology that we need to get rid of because it's completely crazy and out of time. So that's about motivation. And I think it also talks about entrepreneurship courses because motivation is also connected to what you come to be exposed to. So if you're not exposed to something, you cannot envision your future in that area. And finally, opportunities. And as for opportunities, I think there are 3 things. First is we need to embrace a more risk-taking, you know, approach to these things. So we need to start thinking that we might want to hire people in management roles, supporting companies really when they grow, And this again goes quite against the way human resources are managed. The idea of paying somebody just to be there to support entrepreneurs on a regular basis as a manager role would be very difficult to get through. And second, there's an issue of space design. You know, how do you get people to interact? The way our spaces are designed is late, I would say, 19th century ideas of universities. We have spaces which are completely outdated. We have colleagues, you know, working very far apart. Few chances of meeting around. Actually, the only people who do meet are those who are department heads or have institutional roles. So, you know, most of the time, pardon me, those who probably are not necessarily engaged into the nitty-gritty activity of setting up companies. So we need to start thinking of spaces where people do meet on a regular basis and where they interact directly. And this again needs to start thinking about our real estate in a completely different way. And finally, for opportunities, there's a need of a dramatic change in the culture. So becoming an entrepreneur, risking maybe not having success should be considered positively inside. While for several people, you know, I told you I'm an academic practitioner, I'm allowed to do so. I am aware of the dismissive glances of some of my colleagues who say, you know, you used to be a good scholar, you could do great research, now, you know, you have sold your soul for money. And I mean, to me, that's unbelievable. Guys and ladies, that's 2022. And, you know, it's high time we start getting rid of this idea of we do what we do as academics. The two things are strictly connected one to the other, and we need to stop that. So finally, as a conclusion to that, I have two thoughts I'd like to share with you, though. Clearly, you see, I think there's the need of a dramatic change from the institutional standpoint. But if I boil it down to how we help entrepreneurs and to the topics of cross-border, there are two more things I'd like to share with you. First thing, entrepreneurship. I think we have, despite all of this, we are doing a great job, you know, all together. And that's why I said we need to be proud. And I'm not talking about Fondazione UniMi, I'm talking about all of us. But I think we should start also to take a look at what entrepreneurship literature tells us. There are two classical models that Thomas Lawrence has described of entrepreneurship. The first one is the logical, rational, and sequential entrepreneur. So I have an idea, I set it up, I define the resources, I find the resources, I do the things, I do the blah, 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 and I lead my enterprise to success. But there's a second very powerful model for entrepreneurship, which is the emergent entrepreneur. So the emergent entrepreneur has a striking ability to bring together people, resources, staff. So he is not into pivoting, he's constantly pivoting things. So he or she, she's generating a lot of energy around things and steers things to the right place. So I do think that this second kind of entrepreneur is still something we are not really supporting well, because it needs a very dramatic change in mind. That kind of entrepreneur is not the one that we support only by being very logical and sequential. Probably if we do so, we are killing his entrepreneurial or her entrepreneurial spirit. So I think we need to start thinking about how can we have varied patterns of support to spin-offs, entrepreneurs, and so forth. And as for the cross-border, as I told you, I've lived in the US, and in the US, you know, Republicans don't like it much, but there are sanctuary cities. I don't know whether you have heard that. Sanctuary cities are cities that have decided to protect people from existing regulation on immigration. So San Francisco is a sanctuary city. It means that you get arrested for something and you are an illegal immigrant, the city is going to protect you against the federal government. So they're not disclosing that to you. So it's a safe place. So I'm asking myself, shouldn't we start thinking about creating sanctuary environments for innovation across the boundaries of these institutional regimes? Isn't it high time that we get rid of all these constraints and burdens that think that, you know, you can do things solo, while the big issue is you need to start initially having the access to a much more varied set of actors? I think that should be something intelligent to start asking our regional, local government, and national government. But having been around for 56 years, I doubt that. But you never know. Better to hold some hope.
They might
Thank
surprise us. They
Ah,
might surprise
you
us.
never
You
know.
never know. Yes.
You never know.
Thank you very. Is it okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Also because you you depicted a very clear picture of a theme that we treated also during our research, which is the incentives model for academia with regards to you know, big collaborations, and so at least the Italian one is not very much developed, let's say so, and so that also is a factor hindering the breaking of the inner cycle we were mentioning before. Basically, collaborations are all inner cycles. Once you've collaborated with someone, you tend to collaborate always with those same people because of yes, it's easy, and it's like once you learn the bureaucracy, that is it, and you don't have to pay too much attention. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Nicola, where's the money? Show us the money.
Well, the money is not mine, actually.
That's the best kind of money.
I'd love to have that
to
money.
give away, no?
Well, but I would take the message that, first of all, good morning. Simona was previously addressing that it's not really a matter of money. So, and we'll see in a moment that money is just one of the ingredients, but it's not all about what it really takes to have a sound technology transfer process. It would be interesting also to discuss how the national incentives for universities are addressed, because, for example, in the UK, there's 20% of the funds which are given to university based on their impact on society and economy. So that is, and that what changed with respect to the previous system for evaluating research.
Well, that's a very nice incentive.
That it was very nice incentives indeed. So what's our job? I mean, I'm currently managing a technology transfer fund, which was established in 2017 and in Italy under the umbrella of what we call the ITTEC initiative, which is a joint initiative between the Italian Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, which is sort of sovereign fund, and European Investment Fund. I've been working in tech transfer investment since 2008, but you'll see later my background. So, and the other key message that actually was mentioned by the previous speaker was that, of course, money is not what really matters. It's an ingredient. It's a relevant ingredient, but not really the ingredient. And the second is that whenever we have to approach the tech transfer process and we have to build businesses around it, it's really that we are going across all the boundaries of the different scientific silos. So we work across, because we don't deal with just one technology. Maybe one technology is the heart of the invention, but actually we have to deal with something that is definitely a product, a service. And therefore it's a combination of different technologies and different methodologies. So, but let's go through this. First of all, the tech transfer process is now getting back into, let's say, the focus of even many, I would say, funding schemes, because actually we are inheriting what has been brought in terms of revolution out of the digital era. So we went through the digital revolution, which, depending on how you approach it, we consider as the third wave of industrial innovation. The first was actually the first couple of industrial revolutions, so up to the early 19th century. Then we got the 60s, where actually everything was brought inside the corporate R&D departments. Then we had the digital revolution and the traditional model of startup venture capital was established, but then we're now talking about, we call it deep tech. You know, we need some fancy words to refer. So now we refer to deep tech. And this is actually what we have to deal. Now, deep tech, as we said, is not just about technology. It's first of all, we have to build businesses. We have to build products and services. So the starting point must always be a need in the market or a need in society. So in terms of methodology, we have advanced science combined with engineering, which is required to build the architecture of those products and services, but everything has to be driven with design thinking, design approach. You know, design thinking is not just the aesthetic, is basically understanding the needs and the experience that we have to improve throughout a specific product and service. So we are at the heart of we have to mix three different methodologies: advanced science, engineering, and design. In terms of the areas of science, so we basically have everything. So energy, matter, sciences, motions, or computational and connection. And nowadays, artificial intelligence is, someone called it the new electricity. You find almost everywhere. So it goes from the industry to healthcare. Interesting, 2021 research, they interviewed deep tech entrepreneurs, and they said, well, you know, in 81% of cases, our investors do not understand what we have. So in terms of investors, there is a lack of knowledge what there is really deep tech all about. Still, if you look at the numbers, the finance is now focusing significant investment in this area. So there's a great opportunity here, not to mention not just private finance, both venture capital and corporate venture capital, which is not proxy of, let's say, corporate willingness to invest in deep tech. But also, if you look to all the national funding schemes for research, they are now more and more getting into significant attention to deep tech. I mean, you know that the new Horizon Europe program, it's basically designed around the deep tech. Can we create value? Some of you might have heard about unicorns. Everybody like unicorns, those startup companies which are valued more than 1 billion. I won't get into, let's say, the speculative part of the unicorns, because there is, I mean, even some clear examples of speculation, but still, it's very nice when you talk to investors, it's very nice to, I mean, to show the big money, the big bucks. And actually, there are several cases of deep tech companies which actually have been valued more than 1 billion. So can we create value out of deep tech and science? The answer is definitely yes. Now, how do we invest? We are a very peculiar kind of investor. Of course, we handle and we manage a venture capital fund. So this is, let's say, the financial product we have to deal with. But we are positioning ourselves from the POC, which is actually the pre-seed phase of investment, very early stage, directly in the universities, in the research teams, and we make also some later follow-on investments. So our goal as investors is to scout among all let's say the outcome of basic research and transform them into businesses and let those businesses grow up till a point where actually the standard venture capitalist is able, through their metrics, to understand that there is value here and would follow on the investment later on. So let's say we're very close to, as an initial step of investment, very close to the Innovation Fund of the University of Ljubljana. So we do also POC. Now, we had to do POCs because when we started in 2017, a few Italian universities used to have their own POC funds. So it was a matter of survival. If you really want to have a nice deal flow, you can't wait for a spin out of the university. You have to dig, and we'll see in a moment, we have to dig into research teams and understand the value that we can extract. How we do that? And this is why we said money is not everything. I found pretty much interesting, but I'm an aerospace engineer, so I like the shuttle, and that captured my attention, but it was written on a white paper from IATA in 2017. And they said, well, it was a white paper for European Commission. And they said, if you want to create an ecosystem of successful deep tech startup companies, you need at least 5 dimensions. It's like launching a payload in space. So if you have to launch a payload in space, you must have the shuttle, the rocket, fine, this is technology. And these are the engineers who basically build that technology. but then you need fuel, and that's the money. Money is just the fuel. Furthermore, you need the crew, and the crew is different from the engineers. They are completely different kind of skills. If you know how to drive a rocket, doesn't mean you know how to design it. And vice versa, if you know how to design a rocket, and therefore you're a researcher, it doesn't mean you know how to run a company, because it's a different skill. Even in terms of soft skills, few people I met in my life were able to turn themselves from successful researchers into successful entrepreneurs, but those were the exceptions. Then you need the market. Market means you need the launch customer, you need a launch procedure, someone, and usually all deep technologies are B2B primarily, they're not B2C. So in B2B, you need to work closely with prospective customers since the very beginning. You have to draft the product and service together with customers. You have to dig their needs into the design of the product and service. And this is fundamental, to have very early stage a customer working with you in order to finalize your product and become the reference for your company. Remember, you're a startup company, nobody knows you. The only way to attract customers to have in B2B is to have a reference customer. So if you don't have the early stage customer or the launch customers, you'll get into troubles and probably you don't get into the market. And last but not least, you need specific infrastructures. You're talking about very complex technologies which would fit in very complex environments. Think about an IoT platform which works in a plant. Nobody will give you a plant unless you have made already a pilot in another plant. And something that would work in a lab doesn't mean that it's going to work in a real plant. And you have to see that working together with the complexity of the environment. And the same works in healthcare. So we have to make tests in real scale infrastructure. So this is actually what we have built. We have built in the last 5 years an ecosystem where actually all those 5 dimensions are linked together within the way we operate our fund. We have built a process. The process starts from scouting. The POC part is the most critical one because we are ending up with the final architecture of the product, the launch customer, and everything starts with design thinking process together with designers. So we turn technologies to what the concept of the product will look like, not the concept technology, the concept of the product, which is different. Then we start piloting, testing in a testbed facility, and ideally looking for customers that will be piloting the product on their own facilities, and therefore they will become the reference on the market of what we have invested in. If everything is successful, then we made the seed round, which means we finalized the prototype, we got into the full-scale growth, and we enter the market through what we call the standard A round or the venture capital round. Capturing the value in POC, as I said, is not just sitting down and waiting for business plan to come. We don't look into business plans. There's no business plan in POC level. You have the technology and the perspective need. So what we have to do is to understand, is the technology is going to solve a need in the market? This is what we need, a clear understanding on how a specific need that we see in the market, can be industrial market or in healthcare, can be solved by specific technology. And this is done, not asking the question, but talking with research teams. I haven't brought the metrics, but before the lockdown, we traveled 65,000 kilometers in Italy only to meet research teams. So it's quite a long distance, all around research centers. We met 200 different research teams, and while talking, and we asked them, just let me know what you're doing. And we discovered in some cases what they were doing, and they thought was not irrelevant, and maybe it was irrelevant for an A-class publication, but was relevant for business. This is something that actually can be turned into a successful business. So we start from there. And this is the way we usually scout. In terms of testbed facilities, we work B2B primarily in automation. We leverage 2 facilities. One is located in Friuli, so at the border with Slovenia, and is actually the biggest global digital industrial chain. It's the center of, it's a joint venture between the Italian Industrial Association and McKinsey, and is actually the largest digital capability center of McKinsey. And there we test for light industries, smart building, and basically those are the areas. So you have a supply chain which is fully functioning on light industry. Vice versa, RINA is a certification and engineering company. They have about 500 engineers working in different industries, plus they have a heavy duty facility you need, I don't know, if you work in metallurgy, if you need an oil and gas piping, something that has to be tested for heavy duty industries, or energy, this is where we can make those tests. And we also have the engineering facility to turn technologies into products. Doing this job means, first of all, educating people. So this is just some pictures of the design sprints that we did. Interesting, you see Egiderma, which is the 3 boxes there on the right-hand side. Actually, those 3 boxes are the outcome of the design thinking process for a new technology, which is basically electrospinning, specific electrospinning materials. There are fabrics where actually you can use different active drugs for wound healing. So that is the technology. It's electrospinning fabrics able to deal with different, let's say, drugs and different chronic wound diseases. The point was how we turn that technology into a product. And that product is meant to be used, on example, in a surgery room. While in a surgery room, surgeons can have usually only one hand free. The other hand is used for other purposes. So you have to not just to certify the product from a medical point of view, but you have to think about the shape and the way the product will be extracted from the box in a surgery room. And that would make the difference between a nice technology and a product that is going to be bought. Because if a surgeon doesn't want to have that specific product because it's uncomfortable, not ergonomic to be used, no chances to have that product in the market, whatever is the soundness of the clinical results. And then we talk also about giving skills in terms of management. We know that we don't turn researchers into entrepreneurs, but we need researchers that have, let's say, a perspective of getting into a business to learn the language of business. Learning the language of business, because even if they will have a different CEO, the CEO will speak that language. So how do we teach the language of business? We created an executive MBA, which is with a combined class of researchers and managers coming from standard corporation. This is something that we did with MIB Business School in Trieste and with the cooperation of the Fondazione Università di Milano. And so it's fully accredited international MBA that is focused for the principal investigators we have invested in. And actually, we pay the scholarship as part of our investment for the to-be startup companies. So what we have done, actually our team, we have managed more than 150 million so far. We have created 1 unicorn. Of course, we're very happy. 50 investment closed. We all have a technical background. I mentioned I'm an aerospace engineer. I spent 15 years in big industrial multinational companies. The other partner is basically a particle physicist. Then we have Marta, she's a PhD in nuclear engineering, and she worked in technology transfer Polytechnic of Turin. Sanda, she's a civil engineer. We're now hiring another PhD in electric engineering. So our background, although we have worked in corporations, but we basically all have a PhD. We know what research is all about. We know what the corporations are all about. And we also know what finance is all about, because this is what we have done in the last 10 years. Results, well, some IPOs, acquisitions, companies listed in NASDAQ, and actually those companies were built from scratch. So it took 10 years to have a company listed in NASDAQ from the day we funded together the company with the researchers, but nevertheless, it seems it's feasible in some cases, so we can do that. And I'll go through this. This is just an idea of the different portfolios, but I mean, portfolio companies we have in our fund, but I prefer to leave to any questions you have left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I think that's an impressive example on how to work one us off. So you really did an amazing job in bringing together different stakeholders in the process also, and to help ideas to become products and actually companies. I don't know if there are any questions from home. Anything from home? Nope. You've been super clear. So I think I will leave the floor to Francesca, who is working in benefit company. If I'm not wrong, she will present it to us, which is also making an amazing job in bringing together different stakeholders and especially bringing together people, which has been highlighted as one of the main problems of putting together people, competencies, and more than money made it's like a love story to be, that needs to be ignited. So please, Francesca. Sure.
I'm sorry. Amazing. So good morning, everybody. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So good morning, everybody. My name is Francesca, and thank you, Floriana, for this introduction. During my daily basis, during our working week, I am a project manager at We Europe. That, yes, it's a benefit society. But today I want to try something different. I would love to try the role of storyteller. I want to tell a story, a love story maybe, a story about the other side of what you have already told us about university, incubator, professor, spin-off. And I want to talk about students that have organized themselves. And so it's an happy ending story, it seems so. And so, yes, if you agree, I will start to tell a story about We Europe and about how we are today in the market, but mainly in the territory. This is what we love to say, that our end user, our target is the territory. So let's start. This story started at the University of Padova during a course in European studies. And this story, we can say that starts with a little failure of the traditional instrument. You know, the student representative was missing. The students were not able to select a representative because nobody proposed themselves as a representative. And so there, a professor asked to the students, do you care about your role? Do you care about your voice, your responsibility, your territory? You know, political science students, we are, yeah, I mean, we are something particular, isn't it? So they said, yes, we care, but maybe traditional instruments are not the one that we need. And from that moment, they used a really bottom-up approach, and they created a close group on Facebook. And that from that closed group, they created an open community in which professor, enterprise, already working students, they all were able to publish, to post, to share with them articles, research, opportunity, events, job opportunity, really important for science, political science students. Then the course ended and they felt a need to transfer to the territory the European policy, because, you know, we are expert of European policy after 2 years of master about European policy and strategy. So our scope was, okay, how can we transfer this to the stakeholder? This important term that it's almost a buzzword too many times. So they, because I still didn't exist at the time, they had a clear idea of what to do. They wanted community-led the local development. They wanted to speak at the market, but not considering the market as separated context. We wanted to speak to the stakeholder, to people there. So how to do, after a few tentatives on the organization, they created a startup. A startup, also thanks to the spin-off of the University of Padova of Political Science and Administration. The role of professor was fundamental for the creation of our setup. And also professor also with a clear logic of the market and of the territory, which are the stakeholders, which are the resources of the territory, the mechanism of our territory, of our institution. So at the beginning, this startup wanted to speak at the stakeholders, at the small entrepreneur of the territory. So you can understand how to speak about European policy at the small entrepreneur of Veneto region. That you know, each territory has a. Yeah, it sounds difficult, but they success. And furthermore, as a startup, we were an innovative startup because we have created also a software, a web app, thanks to also the studying of the literature about the involvement of stakeholder, of public participation, of bottom-up approach from the spin-off of the university. So we had a really strong collaboration among students and professors in the creation of this web app that today is Mosaic, and we use this web app today in our daily basis within enterprise, in public administration, in sectoral association, to organize different stakeholders, to put together them in a round table, and to create a shared solution. This web app is put together different instruments of design thinking, of project design, and thanks to facilitators, we try to make them aware of the point of view of different parts. And so thanks to different exercises, we then arrive to the creation of a shared strategy. But having said that, after a few years doing a project with the regional funds and developing Mosaic, we entered in a group, Ergon Group, that is a group of consultancy and training in Friuli Venezia Giulia, in Veneto. Now also we are building a headquarters in Florence. And within the group, we are in the brand Resolve that put together all the consultants. But I mean, however, even if we enter a group, we have not lost our vision, the mentality that an enterprise is not only an economic actor. An enterprise, a startup, an organization, everybody in different measure. We all have our role, our responsibility on the territory. And we all are actors of the policy cycle, and we are called to respond to the needs of a society. And this is our mentality of an enterprise. And this is why the last year we finally became, but it's a natural process for us, a benefit society. So benefit society is that society, I think that you all know, is that society that want to widen its impact. It's not just about economic impact. We want more. We want more for us, but also for our territory, for our stakeholders, for our people. We want more, so we put higher standard within our statute. But for us, sustainability, because this is for us benefit society. Sustainability is a challenge that we have to face. It's not an option. So when somebody asks us, why do I have to become a benefit society? So our question is, why not? Why not? Really? And we know that it's not so easy to see the added value of sustainability, of involving stakeholders. But for us, involving the territory in our strategic plan means to become resilient, because you know what your territory needs, and you know what to produce, how to produce. And we know the power of the pedagogical aspect, the psychological involvement, and it's really fundamental. So having said that, in our statute, we have added some principles, some objectives, some goals. For example, as employee, I really love the fact that in the statute it's written that we want to promote an healthy workspace that makes people grow and makes people more motivated. So I think that I'm pretty motivated, isn't it? Okay, so this goal is achieved. But then we also have other goals. For example, the effective and ethical use of public resource with our consultancy. We want to support the public and private actors in an effective and ethical use of public resources because they are public. We use them to support innovative projects, but we always say to our client, to our organization, that they are part of a bigger policy cycle, because we know that a project is a part of a bigger policy cycle, but we have to raise awareness about the public utility, the public needs, and the public policy, because only in this sense we can make our project approved and have a sense and have an impact. Then another goal that we want to pursue is the creation of integrated networks for sustainable development. Not inner cycle, not always the same partner that we involve. We want to open up to create a network in the territory, because only in this way we can survive to the strong competition that is outside. And our territory, our actors in the territory, they say to us, yes, but there is too much competition. Okay, but okay, look outside our sector, but try to focus here, try to focus on a network in the territory that can create connection to other problems outside in the European Union, for example. And then we, of course, we want to support the innovation and innovative business paradigm. And innovation, I think, my humble opinion is that there is not an absolute concept of innovation. Innovation is not just technology, and it's not an absolute concept in a high level, because of course our reality in the territory, for example, a small enterprise, how can they compete with the big enterprise at the European international level? And so we try to support our organization to understand what innovation means for them in their moment, in their locus. Maybe innovation for you means a project with regional funds. Maybe innovation for you is social innovation in your sector. Maybe you are not in line with Horizon Europe call. Let's try something different, but let's try to create connection. And this is the point. This is our method, create a connection, create a network. So as consultant, what we do, of course, we try to support organization, public and private. And this is really interesting because private, okay, it's normal that they ask a consultant to be helped, but also public actors are increasingly asking for help, for innovation, for something. Please help me to understand which are my research that can be more interesting for the public policy, for the European strategy. So, of course, we support organizations now in their path toward becoming a benefit society. That is a path. It's not just a statute that you have to sign, that you have to give detail about your goals, but it's a long path of involvement of stakeholders and territory and opportunity. And furthermore, one service that I like a lot, I have to be honest, is the service that we offer of networking. That is our tool for organizations that want to know more, to be involved in a European project with direct funds or with indirect in the sense of Interreg. What we say to them is not only, okay, give me this money and I will put you here for this call. For us, a call for proposal is not just a goal, a direct goal, immediate achievement that we can pursue. For us, we propose to them a path of analysis of their project ideas, a path also to understand better the expertise within a consortium, because what can you do? Which is your expertise? Where do you come from? Where do you want to arrive? So let's try to understand how you can be a real part of a consortium. But then we also analyze the already funded project. So innovation, for you, innovation is one thing, but maybe 10 years ago, they have already funded a project that has done the same thing that you want to do now. So let's try to transfer already funded project results to them And this is really interesting because we create innovation with project manager with different reality. For us, it's really important the concentration principle. We don't want 10,000 projects with different stakeholders. We prefer to foster the concentration. It's better one project, so we want to create connection because a project is a point of common of the local and the international dimension. So try to create connection with different actors. And finally, for us, it's fundamental, the principle of the consortium. We have to be a group to implement this, to test this in our territory at a different level, because we love to say that if you can do it alone, it's not a project. And this is for a project, but this is also for innovation, I would say. So saying this, I hope that the long story.
Actually, it was very interesting because your experiences sum up what I also, I mean, it is a result of the previous experiences that we showcased. Basically, you've been born because some, let's call him nice professor, took care in fostering the original ideas and took care of developing the competencies of the people involved, bringing it to the market. And so it's nice that one of your objectives is, of course, creating the networks that might help the others doing the same in the future. What I would like to underline is that these are very, I mean, we invited you because you represent very, very nice and interesting experiences. But the major problem, at least in my opinion, it is they are kind of spot. And we lack a system of such spots. Okay, so to systematize the way in which you decided to run your different businesses, your different experiences is what we are kind of lacking in order to build an ecosystem that is really working for the fostering of innovation inside the Alpine region as well as inside all the other European region, in my opinion. I don't know if you have different thoughts or I was looking at Umberto taking careful notes throughout the round table.
Okay, so the main issue is exactly this one. Creating an ecosystem is not easy because you need key people able to connect different reality in different regions. And the main issue that in particular for startup is needed for the exploitation of IP inside the university is to define the customer, the opportunity or the problem that this IP can solve. And this needs a lot of effort. And in particular, the methodologies developed inside that ring can be very useful because it's bringing the people to talk about his idea, his project with other person or group of people that can understand the value of this idea and maybe they can help and support in exploiting this idea, creating connection. And in particular, there is the co-creation of value, bringing different people at the same table. We have different examples today about this. And this is one of the main problems that we can face in creating the ecosystem. So the first issue is not only mapping, but also encourage the people to create connection and multiply connection. And this is not easy because sometimes the added value of creating connection between two different institutions is not so evident. And another problem is later how to create the right value for potential customers.
Of course, it takes a lot of, it's very time consuming if we were mentioning before, if there are no incentives in spending this time in creating such connection, it becomes quite pointless.
This is exactly the main issue, that all the actors cannot work for free. But they have to spend time to understand the idea, time to identify the people, and time to bring the right people to the right table. Yeah. And this is not an obvious job that in principle nobody is ready to pay.
Yeah. Fine. So thank you very much. I know we are very late for our lunch break. Can you please come here to make your questions so that everybody can hear you? But I just wanted to say we are late for the lunch, but no, we are not skipping lunch. You know me, I'm not skipping lunch, okay? But for the afternoon, yes, we've been informed that one of our roundtable participants cannot join us. And so it will be shortened. So we start at 2 o'clock and we'll finish up at 4 anyway. Please, Effie, come here and make your question.
Thank you very much, everyone. Fascinating talks. You're all, very into your own areas. As I was listening to your talks, it's made me think that the previous presentations were talking about the transnational level. And now we are really addressing the very local, regional areas of expertise working with you. And my question would be, how would the existence of and implementation of a strategic research innovation agenda would help your mandates, your services, your missions? And we need to flesh this very clearly. And to make it a little bit more difficult, networking doesn't count as an answer because you're already doing it anyway, very successfully, I would say. So what would be the benefits that you think a strategic research agenda would bring to you? So thank you. And this applies to anyone who wants.
So do you think a shared strategy, at least at micro-regional level, help your work of bringing more innovation onto the market or not? You don't know.
Okay. Shared agenda, in particular at this level of transnational governance, cannot be imposed. Okay, so that means different authorities can agree on some topic, and what is important is that the different clusters that are working similar topic, and we can have, I don't know, a business cluster working in a region with the university developing totally different competencies. This is not so dramatic. What is important is that through the Alpine space ecosystem, you should be able to identify who is doing what and where, and what is the cost and the contact person. This is helping a lot the company, in particular when they have to develop the business, not locally, but let me say at the international, in particular global level. The first step is always this one. How can I go out of my territory in order to identify the cluster that I need? And the cluster can be academic partner developing a similar technology or similar business model, or the business area, even let me say cluster small and medium company can be very useful, and also identify the different different ring of the value chain. Even this one is not easy to understand, and S3 platform can, let me say, can be used as a starting point. At least is what we are using. We are using normally at the incubator.
If I might, your question and the first answer brought to my mind a very famous model in organizational theory, which is the garbage can model of decision making by Olsen. And they basically state that most of the time we think of decisions within organization as a linear component of you have a problem, you look for a solution, you find a decision maker who has the power to do so, and then you need a context for taking the decision. So this alignment, they state, is pretty much quite a chance in organization, even though we tend to think like that. And I think the same would probably apply. So I do understand that from the point of view of many institutions and institutional actors, particularly from the political stance, there's this big need of making sure that they are in control of what's going on. Actually, innovation is garbage can. So the only thing you can control is maybe, you know, the overall environment where these things interact. And you need to be careful at capturing whenever there's a good alignment between things and overly invest there. While what's happening today is that every time I think that's my take on that, we tend to think of this very linear development idea of stuff. Decisions and innovation don't follow that path. So move away from attempting at controlling, directing toward, you know, providing lively contextual experiences where things can happen, and then observe what's going on and be ready to be there. And also this requires a risk attitude that unfortunately is not much connected to decision-making in political settings, at least.
My 5 cents, well, sometimes when we talk about strategic agenda, you know, whether it's going to be so much blue sky that actually doesn't have an impact on Earth. But I think that as far as the Alpine region is concerned, one of the, I usually see a couple of weak points in the way we create innovation out of research, that is economy of scales. Let me explain why. In many of our universities, if you think about those people who are in charge of running technology transfer processes, incubator, etc., they have to deal with a bunch of pretty much diverse technology and businesses, which means they cannot be specialized. So if we manage to have a share resources. So if you have someone, I don't know, in some place who is a great expert in biotech IP, it can be, let's say, used. Don't ask her or him to work on electronics. Okay, so just use a pool of and enable. I mean, from a strategic point of view, enable the share of resources when it comes to some specific competencies, and usually when it is about IP, you need very, very focused competencies, beside the fact that actually the product will be cross-functional, but when it comes to IP, it's very focused. And so share resources, which can be also test bed facilities, etc. Knowing that also we talk about the region, the Alps region, but Alps region can be very diverse. There are some places in regions which are closer one each other. So I think about Südtirol and Tyrol itself in Italy, and Austria, or Slovenia and Friuli, an example. So there might be even some interesting cross-border opportunities there. And on the other side, let's look to the best of best. It was very common in big multinational companies. You have those programs called best of best. So you try to see who's doing something better than the others, and you just benchmark methodologies one each other. This is a nice opportunity to, you know, you can't just copy and paste because every location will be different. But let's say in enabling the opportunity to network and exchange methodologies would definitely benefit everyone in the region.
So it should be at least a matter of remove obstacles rather than actively stating whatever someone should do, no? Removing obstacles to cooperation or cross-border and clusterization. Yeah. And sorry, Luca needs to go. Thank you very much to Professor Solari. See you next time. Grazie.
I would like just add a very simple consideration. 10 years ago, we were talking about networking and cluster and so on. The term ecosystem is highlighting the fact that the system is chaotic, it is full of chaos. There is a natural selection among different actors. You cannot control this chaos. You can just see what is going on, what happened, catch the opportunity, and work with other people and so on. But you cannot control a real ecosystem, because the ecosystem is very dynamic. In terms of 2, 3, 4 years, the actor will change, or they change their mission, or they change their way of working. So nothing is static in such a kind of environment.
If you had your answers, Effie? Yeah. No. I was asking if Oh yeah, Simona, are you there online again? Still? Yes, she is.
Yes, I am.
Do you have a comment for Effie's question? Yes.
Well, I was thinking my line of work is really hands-on and really operational, so sometimes it's hard to think about strategies. So what we would be needing is, it's not a strategy, but just the information that we are needing, and then we can just think about how to put it in strategies, is exchange of information on what are the really challenges in specific regions. So industrial challenges, societal challenges that then researchers could work on. How to identify them, that's different questions, but what we really need to know is, when we are trying to find customers for our researchers, is who is really the company or society organization that really needs that kind of information, that kind of technology, that kind of solution, or when we are trying to find experts for company societal challenges, we really would like to know what really someone really knows, what needs. Just in case of companies, when some bigger companies are having publishing their strategic agendas on development agendas on their web pages, but for most of the companies, smaller or medium-sized, we cannot get that kind of information. So it is sometimes really difficult to know who would be the potential clients. So that kind of information, and again, connecting to my previous speaker, who is the right person to contact? Who is the right client for us? That kind of the information is that we really need. So, but how to put it on a strategic level? That's beyond my that's beyond my comprehension at this particular moment.
Yes, competencies. Yeah. Thank you very much, Simona. So we are free to have our lunch. Thank you very much for being our guests this morning. See you at around 2 o'clock for these afternoon presentations, which will be more based around what our PAs doing inside the Alpine region to foster innovation, research and innovation. Thank you to all the discussants. See you. Grazie mille, cara. Are we ready? Okay. So welcome back to everyone from home and here in presence. Sorry for our long lunch, but you know, again, we like to chat a lot, evidently. So I'm leaving the floor to my colleague Stefano Sala, who will take care of this afternoon speeches, which are dedicated to the public administration experiences inside the project and their piloting activities for policies dedicated to research and innovation. The first one to speak today, and then I leave the floor, is Elena Banci from Area Science Park, who will introduce their work done on the policy brief. So what are the suggestions that you are giving to PA after our long experimentation journeys? So please welcome Elena.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And I would like, first of all, to apologize for not being there in person. But fortunately, Roberta Ruggeri, who's our external scientific expert working for the Università Politecnica delle Marche, is there to present our work, that is to say, the policy brief. So my name is Elena Banci, and I work for Area Science Park. That was the work package 2 leader. That was most of all focused on the definition of the policy brief. As you know, our project, the ARING project, is focused on inspiring a change in the governance model. And according to this approach, the policy brief represents a very useful tool to get recommendations on policy options for public administrations, which are willing to work synergically at the formulation of a common S3. Now I will give the floor to Roberta, who I would like really thank really very much for being there, and she will present the main contents of the policy brief. It's very important to say also that all the analytic activity was coordinated by Professor Donato Jacobucci. Thank you to everybody, and I give the floor to Roberta.
Thank you and good afternoon. So we can show our slide. We will introduce the policy brief. I will try to go quite fast, but please feel free to interrupt me for any questions. Sorry. Okay. So, as Elena Banci already mentioned, the aims of the policy brief is firstly to give an advice to public administration in the Alpine macro region with a specific emphasis on collaboration in research and innovation and smart specialization strategy that all regions in Europe are now implemented after the starting period in 2014-2020. Other major theme is to provide a methodology for the design and implementation of a common smart specialization policy and regional innovation strategies. And the suggestion we collect in our policy brief are building obviously on the result of all the ARING activity and outputs. The policy brief is organized in 3 main issues. So the identification of area and topics, and the analysis of institutional mechanisms that could be more effective in promoting interregional collaboration and above all the stakeholder involvement. And then the identification of some of funding programs that may be used to sustain such a collaboration. And then there is an annex in the policy brief. I suppose that most all of you already know the policy brief. I suggest to have a glance to the paper, and as could be another recommendation to share the policy brief, sorry, among stakeholders and why not policymakers, but it will be maybe the last recommendation for conclusion. The content of the policy brief is structured with an introduction, an executive summary in which you can find plans of the main suggestion, then recommendation and suggestion for implementing interregional collaboration in research and innovation. In such a folder, a specific folder is regarding the funding programs. Is not the aims of a ring project and of the policy brief to give a list of funding programs, but just to suggest such programs and mechanisms that could be useful to reach common vision of smart specialization in all the macro region, the Alpine region, I mean. The recommendation we find out in the policy brief regarding these main items, so the bottom-up approach, the identification of common priorities, the information sharing, matchmaking, and the implementation of the Alpine S3 Lab that we already see with this morning presentation. Bottom-up approach and identification of common priorities are strictly linked. Why? Because of the need to involve the most relevant stakeholders. So, as well as the bottom-up approach emphasize the importance of involving relevant stakeholders to know their needs and to know in deep what a regional strategy could be addressed to. The identification of common priorities needs require an active involvement of the stakeholder. In the identification of priorities, several challenges emerged during the project. First is a limited research and innovation cooperation in the Alpine region. Then a little presence of USALP topics and priorities in the S3 of the USALP countries and regions for the programming period, obviously 2014-2020. So for the reason, the policy brief gives suggestion because it is important to understand what are the smart specialization topics shared among the Alpine region's members to foster the interregional cooperation. And another issue is very important is the need for communication and more involvement in existing platform and discussion forum. The recommendation that could be found in the policy brief regarding these items. First, as I mentioned before, is the involvement of stakeholders. The important to find relevant mechanism and process to foster collaboration that may stimulate not only stakeholders, but also the public administrations involved. And the policy brief suggests those mechanisms. I can show just a graphic structure of the synthesis of the process, mechanism, and funding. Then we can dip the slide and go on. Regarding the collaboration mechanism, the focus is main on two items, the structured dialogue and information sharing. Why? During this morning, and also we discussed along all the process that conduct to this final event. There are several platforms and several platforms and tools to identify common priorities. But there is a problem because not all these tools are ready to use. Sometimes it's difficult to understand how to use it. They need skilled and intelligent searching and scouting. And as we mentioned before, I'm now here, and after lunch we heard several presentations, and now we know several mechanisms. So in this case, I focus once again on the Matchmaking Parallel and Seed Lab, just to generate and promote this information sharing. The recommendation. First, we have to think that the project is direct to public administration. And so there is the need to improve and implement the dialogue between public administration and stakeholders. How? As we mentioned before, there are many platforms, but problems arise from the understanding of the information and collect the information and acting according to stakeholders' needs. So obviously the information sharing recommendation first is focused on the importance of the public administration commitment in this mechanism. And in this case, it's very important, it's essential to create a favoring and welcoming ground for assure the continuity and the efforts among stakeholders. Regarding the structured dialogue, we refer first to the Alpine S3 Lab. So I go quite fast. And the lab is also very interesting structure because it involves AG1 leader and members. And it is important to validate the lab, but also because AG1 leaders and members support its own members in organizing activities. So to validate and to organize following activities. In this session, the matchmaking show that the experience in matchmaking, parallels, and Seed Lab point out the importance of the public administration's commitment. And once again, the political will is essential to go. This is just a graphical picture to how the Alpine S3 Lab has been implemented, and you can easily go into deep in the paper. This is, as you know, a flow, and in which public administration and research and innovation actors, stakeholders, start with the will to create the S3 Lab, and they request to use AG1 leader. In this, there is the importance of the AG1 leader validation then after the process. There is very interesting notes that we focused on our policy brief. the lab is a very interesting structure. First, as you know, there is the 3 no rules in the Alpine macro region, but in all macro region. So there is no new funds, no new structured new organization. So in this case, the lab does not require a new organization or legal permanent entity. The lab is set for a specific time of period. And so it is exactly on the line with the macro-regional strategy. The lab also is a place in which public administration and stakeholders could talk and identify the specific topic they want to invest. And also the lab involves for sure the USALP AG1 leaders and member. This is my last slide, but as all we know, the last is not the least. In this slide, we focus on funding scheme and the activities that could be supported with existing financial instruments. A special focus we found on along the project journey is the I3 instrument and the Interreg Interregional Innovation Investment, I mean. And very interesting was the joint synchronized call, the Innovation Express 2021, that another macro region experienced in 2021. The Interreg Interregional Innovation Investment are just running with first calls, and at the moment the Innovation Express 2021 don't have new calls, but they are interesting in the way of how they could function and how they have been implemented and supported. As you can see, we focus on some financial instruments. There are other instruments, but the challenge is that there are not dedicated funds for macro regions. So there are no dedicated funds for embedding smart specialization in inside macro regions. And so the effort is to find, to make sort of leverage with regional, national, European funds to embed those strategies. Last new programming period 2021-2027, the interregional dimension is one of the 7 enabling conditions of the smart specialization. In this case, macro-regional strategies could enter inside the smart specialization once in deep, and there is a sort of embedding process with the 2 strategies. So the last recommendation is first, the political commitment, if possible, among our partners, and to find the priorities, the prioritization that could embed both the macro-regional strategies, in this case, the Alpine macro regions, and the smart specialization that at the moment all the European countries are implementing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Roberta. And I think that the idea that there is an embedded process ongoing in the EUSAP strategy, but the political commitment still needs to be found sometimes, and the willingness also at the regional level to synchronize some funding schemes that are existing, but we realize, of course, that it's a difficult process to be implemented. But of course, I think this project, maybe it's a good start to promote this this synchronization of funds and also through the other projects that were presented, such as ArtNet.
Yes, if I can, I think that this project is very interesting project because it's a start, just the beginning of a more complex path, and hope you want to go on.
Okay, so I thank you again, Roberta Ruggeri, and I will move on to the next speaker because also we are a little bit late and we all have trains in the end to catch at 4. So I would call Harald Ladig from the Regional Management Burgenland, who will present the result of the Research and Innovation Policy Life Scenarios, which were implemented within the Interreg Alpine Space A-Wing project.
So hi, the first innovation is that I'm not coming from the regional management of Burgenland because of the 1st of January 2022. Okay. We were merged. It's also an innovation process into the Wirtschaftsagentur Burgenland. Also, this was connected a little bit to this innovation process and also to one instrument, a one-stop shop, because two institutions which are dealing with regional development, EU funds, funding, also coaching and regional development is one of the political decisions that two institutions which are not doing the same, but which can be using the synergies are now merged and they are integrated in one institution, it's Wirtschaftsagentur Burgenland. But maybe we'll come later on to the
for my lack of German, so I couldn't pronounce the word, so I used the English name. Sorry for this.
So as we are late, I tried to be quite quick. So the objectives and results, as we can see, to increase the level of application of multi-level and transnational governance in the Alpine space with the right policy mix achieved in coherence with the public authorities' vision. There are synergies and the complementary approach on S3 and improved environment for the collaboration, including academia and business sector. There we have 3 points: the development of a unique path for shared R&I agenda to ensure strong focus on Alpine region characteristics and potentials, setup of Alpine Policy Lab to develop and test public authorities, and activation of Alpine Seed Lab. The methodology shortly and the timing of the Alpine S3 Lab is the design, 5 study visits as part of Alpine transnational lifelong insertions. We all know COVID was a very challenging situation for all of us because we cannot be at the study visits in person, but we have to match it in another way, like in online meetings and other solutions. But I think we managed it in a quite smooth way. 3 policy pilot actions as a part of the policy pilot live scenarios, and 2 webinars as a part of the successful S3 implementation webinar. And then there, as a result, the policy brief roadmaps to sustainable Alpine S3 Lab. And here you see also the timing. It's from April 2020 to April 2022. So we are now finished with this process. Here you can see some slides about the shared thematic focus areas emerging from surveys of Alpine Space Public Administration. We have heard about these topics in the morning, but also yesterday and the last meetings, and I don't want to go into detail, but we all know digitalization, mobility, sustainability, social innovation, life science, health, and tourism. These are the most prominent points in this field. and shared procedure to address thematic focus area within the specific methodology. Is to choose one of the R&D priorities, then the Alpine S3 Lab meetings, and identify the common recommendations within the VPT through and set up a policy brief. Yeah, R&I governance subjects to mutual interest. Here you see a lot of points which have been developed and written down. The establishment practices of RIS3 programs and topic prioritization, governance of RIS3 working group structure to the embeddedness in strategic and policy frameworks, good practice policy instruments to promote RIS3, what support service framework is provided by the region to implement RIS3, the triple helix feedback loops and citizen engagement, input and feedback from stakeholders, crucial for the implementation of RIS3 or R&I agendas, the emerging industry and new topic integration, inputs on how to manage new topics for key emerging industries, R&I as a key turning point for the post-pandemic recovery. We all know, when the end will be, no one knows exactly. Now we're in a more or less good phase, but today I've heard in the newspapers and also in our medias that we are faced, can be, as you see in Portugal, that the new corona crisis has started and no one knows, maybe it can be also in summer, that these new mutations will come to us, and to speak here from an end of the pandemic situation is a little bit too early. The sustainability and RIS3 are marked externalities considered. Is there a social audit completed? Is our environmental impact assessed? Is social impact assessed? Then the impact assessment indicators and benchmarks for success in RIS3 and flagship projects, success stories, key players, opportunities for facilitating exchange on technical topics where value added benefits exist for each regional RIS. Oops. It's just a short slide where you see which partners have been engaged in the whole process. We can switch to the next slide. Policy pilot life scenario overview. The first point of this, public administration aligned on topic and methodologies, a shared approach which could be commonly tested on different territorial, that means also in regional and national context, depending on the territorial needs. The public administration worked with territorial stakeholders to create a policy pilot action related to RIS3 topics. Chosen topics were digitalization, we have heard about this, digital transformation, sustainability, through circular economy, also we've heard about this topic, and smart mobility, a very important sector, especially also for Burgenland. Maybe we come later on in the discussion to this point why mobility and smart mobility is very important also for our region. Public administration took stock on what their territory was doing associated to this topic, working with their own territorial stakeholders to determine an appropriate overview. Public administration used project and non-project elements to arrange virtual peer review alignment sessions to exchange and analyze together the S3 making process of different territories to promote mutual integration of knowledge. And the involvement public administration create 3 fact sheets, 1 per PA, to detail the territorial action and feedback from the ecosystem which occurred over the project period. Policy pilot life scenario overview 2. Here you see what has been done in the different regions. I don't have to go into detail because every region knows what has been done in their region, and also we can write it here. I think it was a quite successful initiative, and all the regions were very active in this topic. Now we come to Burgenland's platform internalization. We have heard about this the last meetings, and also yesterday we discussed about this, and also today there were some hints about this. What is it? It's a quarterly workshop with key R&I stakeholders in Burgenland and counterparts from other territories to discuss cutting-edge research and development issues on specific thematic topics chosen for the focus area on the meeting. The next meeting will be on the 30th, that means on the last of June, and hopefully we will present there the final report also of the blueprint version of our project, and we will also discuss this topic. We have it on the agenda on the 30th of June at our next meeting of the platform internalization. Why was it created? Burgenland created this platform to address a gap in its R&I landscape associated to permanent stakeholder engagement and promote enhanced stakeholder dialogue on R&I actions in Burgenland, internal view, and R&I breakthrough inspiration in key partner territories, external view. Who was involved? Internal views from Research Burgenland, Land Burgenland, University of Applied Science, Regional Management of Burgenland. Yeah, this was now integrated, as I've told you before. Energy Burgenland, also this is renamed from the last week, not Energy Burgenland, but now the change is Burgenland Energy. I don't know why, but also this is a new firm's name. The Chamber of Commerce Burgenland, Scalability and Micromobility SMEs. And some external views from different stakeholders from the different regions over whole Europe, from Finland, Slovenia, Bavaria, Tyrol, Vorarlberg, Vienna, and Lower Austria. So from different regions also coming from Austria. So what was or what is the outcome of this platform internalization? Over 40 stakeholders included in the workshops, with over 15 stakeholders attending multiple sessions, over 20 projects presented from Burgenland, Alpine Space and beyond, highlighted good practice R&I activities on circular, digital and mobile subject areas. A new project-oriented strategy to develop digital circular services in a rural context was formulated. Many cross-sectoral international learnings plus insight from public authorities, businesses and academia, innovation tool utilization to overcome the physical restrictions of COVID-19 measures. So here you see an overview about the circular, mobile, digital, who are the partners, what has been presented. Yeah, very interesting. And we are now preparing the next meeting, as I mentioned before, on the 13th of June. Also there we will have some international partners who will present some new ideas or some project from the different regions of Europe. And then in September or October, we will have the next meeting because now the first calls of the new transnational programs have started or are in the preparation. So maybe there we can have also a first glance what is the outcome or what is the standpoint in the period 2021 to 2027. So quarterly we have these meetings, yeah. And also if someone of you want to participate, we are open to all of us also either as a normal participant, or you can present some ideas, some projects, whatever you want in this field. Now, the conclusions from the testing of the Alpine S3 Lab and policy pilot live scenarios. All three implemented strategic actions to develop their regional strategies on key topics: digitalization, sustainability. That means also circular economy and smart mobility. Also utilized techniques to help bridge across the full ecosystem and enhancing the inclusion of the quadruple helix and promoting stakeholder engagement. Governing of S3 processes was uniquely different across the observed territories, also with the strategic support to help to bridge across more developed and less developed strategies, landscapes, and this should be prioritized. So the other points are very important, especially the last thing is, this is a unique topic which sits at the intersect of mobility, sustainability, and digitalization, and plays on territorial strengths of all involved players. So these 3 points are very important for us: mobility, sustainability, and digitalization. The next steps and final remarks. The policy pilot activities enabled enhanced sharing within the Alpine region on the governance development path and how to enhance cooperation and discussions among PAs on different topics such as circular economy, digitalization, or smart mobility. This method was developed as part of the Alpine S3 Lab, a tool to promote improved mutual learning and capacity building amongst public administration organizations in the Alpine space. The Wirtschaftsagentur Burgenland will continue the platform internationalization, as I mentioned before, beyond the end of airing to enhance the stakeholder engagement processes in the territory. Burgenland stakeholders would like to partner with key regions to continue this mutual exchange beyond Alpine space and in cross-border areas, especially as COVID pandemic wanes and more travel is allowed. And the cooperation with the other two PAs is being explored, potential opportunities at the intersect of smart mobility, digital transformation, and sustainability. In the sector coupling of energy, automotive with e-vehicle transitions. So the conclusion is stay tuned for the final report and reach out if you'd like to join and provide impulses at Burgenland platform internationalization.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Harald.
Yeah, it was quite short, but we can discuss it. Yeah, our vision or our example of Burgenland, especially the platform internalization. Yeah, what is standing? I've explained it a little bit, but if there are some questions, maybe you can will ask me.
Yeah, of course. It was really interesting also how within the project the S3 Lab concept was developed to engage different stakeholders on common topics, and I think this is really strategic, especially related to the EUSAP strategy, and to make different regions collaborate on the same topic. It's really important within, because of course we always talk about the EUSAP strategy, but that's a construct of the political willingness of the European Commission as well as of the regions, but sometimes the regional authorities collaborate with other territories as well. So I think we have to render, let's say, EUSAP a live scenario and a pilot scenario in this way in order to promote strategic actions. Otherwise, it's just on paper that the territories collaborate. So I would move on to the last roundtable of today, and the roundtable will focus exactly on the role of public authorities in promoting research and innovation actions in the Alpine region, and especially on common research and innovation actions. So we will still have Harald, to which we will ask a few questions. And we also have connected Annalisa Viezzoli, who is part of the S4 coordination group of the Friuli Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region. I hope, Annalisa, you can hear and see us.
Yes, I can hear us. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, okay, super. So I would start first in asking to Annalisa, well, first of all, I would like to introduce the fact that most of the topics that were dealt and presented by Harald, such as digitalization and digital transformation, sustainability and mobility, were also part of the transversal policy priorities which were identified within the AlpGov2 project, which basically runs the EUSAP structures and funds basically strategic actions of the action groups. Indeed, the EUSAP strategy identified for this period 4 main priorities. One is the carbon neutral Alpine region with a focus on energy transition, innovation hub for green business models, focusing on tourism, for example, and circular economy, smart villages. So we have a link with the digitalization and digital transformation, which was mentioned earlier, and spatial planning, which is one of the core issues with mobility as well. So I would first ask to Annalisa Biazzoli to present a little bit how their region, the Friuli Venezia Autonomous Region, is working on these topics, and what are the concrete actions that are being implemented within their S4 coordination group.
Yes,
Annalisa, we cannot see you.
Yes, I'm afraid I have a problem with the video.
Okay.
I can solve it.
We can still hear, so that's fine.
Okay, but I try to share my presentation. So. Can you see it?
Okay. Yes, if you can. Oh, no, we see the presentation mode. We see the presenter, sorry, screen. You have to switch if you use.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. Thanks to the invitation to speak here today. I try to answer to your question, giving an overview of our Friuli Venezia Giulia Regional Sustainable Smart Specialization Strategy for the present period of European programming. As you probably already know, Friuli Venezia Giulia is a small region situated at the heart of Central and Southeast Europe. One of the most important characteristics of this area is that it's a hub for science and technology with a large community of foreign scientists and students and a remarkable network of public and private research centers. The region has a high percentage of high-level research for its population. In addition, it's interesting to quote the regional analysis elaborated by the European Union, the Regional Summer Innovation Index, for which in 2021, Friuli Venezia Giulia is in the group of the strong innovator. Besides, our region is strongly committed in developing regional policies focused on internationalization. Consequently, our territory could be considered a favorable context for innovation. Turning now to our regional research and innovation context, the regional research strategic framework for all the intervention is represented by the regional smart specialization strategy. The strategy in force for the 2014-2020 programming period was formally approved in 2015 after a wide process of entrepreneurial discovery. In preparation of the present 2021-2027 programming period, taking into consideration the development of the territorial context, the regional administration considered necessary to involve the regional stakeholders in a renewed entrepreneurial discovery process. For this purpose, in 2019, the governance of our smart specialization strategy were reorganized in order to guarantee a deeper involvement of the regional actors according to the quadruple helix approach and the optimization of the activities as well. With specific regard to the EDP, the region chose to assign the coordination of the whole process to Lavoro and Sviluppo Impresa, a regional agency which works for the increase of both the competitiveness of the regional economic system and of employment. the scientific support of Area Science Park, a national research body, which, as you know, is also an innovation agency, is also envisaged. And then we envisage also to capitalize the experience of our clusters to guarantee a deep involvement of our regional stakeholder. As you can see in the slide, eight working groups were activating consistently with the area of specialization identified in the previous programming period, and taking into account also the national, European, international strategic orientation. Next slide shows to you the composition of the working groups, which envisages the participation of all the components of the quadruple helix, and namely representatives of research bodies, enterprises, institutions, and civil society too. Here you can find an overview of the process implemented for the update of our strategy. Besides the working groups I have already mentioned, we opened an online consultation and organized 3 public events in order to involve as much as possible our regional stakeholders and the civil society as well. As you can see, more than 350 persons were involved in the whole process for the revision of our strategy. Turning now up to the update process, after all the steps envisaged by our methodology and our regional governance, in June 2021, the regional government approved the preliminary new version of our strategy, which was approved in the final version in December 2021. At the present time, the renewed strategy is under formal negotiation with the European Commission. With reference to the result of the update process, I'd like first of all to highlight that the EDP was developed with a parallel update of the regional vision for 2030. The changes expected as a result of the strategy for the new programming period was elaborated by the regional policymakers, starting from the previous changes expected, taking into account the national, European and international strategic framework and the needs emerging in the context of the EDP as well. So the identified expected change is a transformed productive system, more innovative, resilient and sustainable, also from a social point of view. Exactly to outline the importance of sustainability, our strategy has become sustainable smart specialization strategy, as you can see also from the logo, recently updated consistently with the new vision. The final definition of the strategies were reached after a process of both the selection and synthesis in order to reach reflects the results of the comparison with the territory and the requests emerging in the listening process, providing response to current challenging and being able to focus and to ensure concentration of resources and investment for the next programming period. The EDP, as you can see in this slide, the integrated scenario that we chose envisages 5 areas of specialization, which are consistent with the national smart specialization strategy, but also with the areas of research and innovation of the national recovery and resilience plans, with the European industrial ecosystem, and with the sustainable development goals of the United Nations agenda for 2030 as well. In this slide, you can find a comprehensive overview of these 5 areas. So the first area is energy transition, circular economy, and environmental sustainability. It represents an innovation in our strategy and gives an autonomous value to some thematics which were considered in a cross-cutting way in the previous version of our strategy. The second one represents an ideal continuation and development of the previous strategic productive chains, metamechanics, and the home systems, taking into account the issues of smart factory and giving an added value to the whole regional made in Italy productive components. Then you have the maritime technology, sustainable waterborne mobility, and its land connection. It represents an evolution of the previous one with an increased and added accent to the sustainability, and inclusion of the land connection as well. The development trajectories are fully consistent with the three pillars of the REACT-EU strategy, so green transition, digital transitions, and resilience. The fourth area is dedicated to health, quality of life, agri-food, and bioeconomy. It represents an ideal union of the previous agri-food and smart health in one health perspective too, so human, animal, and environmental as well. Last but not least, cultural heritage, design, creativity, and tourism, in which both the field of culture and tourism are present, with an explicit mention of design as well. In the next slide, you can find an overview of all the development trajectories identified for each areas. With reference to the topics that have been identified as priorities at the user level for today's roundtable, I like to specify that the carbon neutral Alpine region and innovation hub for green business models are in particular consistent with the trajectories identified in our new sustainable smart specialization strategy. In the following slides, you can find underlined in green the areas of specialization and their reconnected trajectories of development coherent with the topics which represent the focus of today's meeting. So now I'll give to you an overview of our areas and the trajectories of development, outlining which trajectories are consistent with the topics of our interest in today's meeting. So in the first area, you can find the following trajectories: circular economy, sustainable buildings, a system of higher energy efficiencies for industry, and smart grids. In particular, the last two are coherent with the carbon neutral Alpine region, specifically for what concerns also the theme of hydrogen, as you will see more in details in the following part of my presentation. In the second area, you can find the second and the third trajectories of development, which are consistent with the innovation hub for green business models. The other trajectories are solution and technologies for product innovation, technologies for the management and development of the organization, and the innovation of social system and the development in manufacturing. The third area is devoted to maritime technology. In particular, the first trajectory envisaged green mobility, which results strictly consistent with the innovation hub for green business models. Then we find the second and the third trajectories connected with smart mobilities and CMAID in FWG. The fourth area is devoted to quality of life, health, agri-food, and the bioeconomy. It represents a very rich area covering a wide range of subjects. Among the trajectories, you can find also the trajectory devoted to the development of an integrated economic approach to increase the value of territorial resources through the integration of innovation, intervention, and sustainable circular supply chains. Then the last area is with cultural development and tourism as well. In particular, there is a trajectory concerning with the sustainable innovations to build greener destination, which is consistent with the theme of today's meeting. With reference to the connections between transnational cooperation and improvement of the research and innovation actions of the selected topics, I'd like also to mention the participation of our regional administration in some smart specialization strategy and thematic platform, which represent for us a strategic framework for a European and transnational point of view. The present slide shows our involvement in different platforms, which are respectively pertaining to the macro themes of today. In particular, I like to quote the platform concerning energy, so for sustainable buildings, but also industrial modernization, concerning in particular efficient and sustainable manufacturing and bearing plus. With references to Berry Plus, I'd like to underline that the forest industry side streams is one of the identified value chains from our region. And then also the agri-food platform with the S3 high-touch farming partnership. More specifically, in terms of energies from biomasses, one of our region objectives is the identification and development of a regional pilot. Besides, I'd like to outline some strategic action or initiatives which enhance some regional strategic activities in the perspective of transnational collaboration or taking advantage of European structural funds as well. So in chronological order, I like to start from the project S3 Unica, Smart Facilitation University Campus project. It is an ongoing project, as you can see in the slide. Our region is the lead partner. Other partners are in our territory, the University of Udine and the University of Trieste, but also some partners from Romania, Spain, Finland, and Poland. The key objective is capitalizing on the experience gained with the Smart Campus project in order to implement and improve the measures envisaged by the regional energy plan by targeting energy saving policies in urban centers, in particular implementing this action in an experimental way within the building stock and infrastructures on university campuses. Then it could be interesting to quote also the engagement of our regional administration in the field of sustainable tourism with reference to these issues. As you can see in this slide, the accommodation facilities known as a scattered hotel is supported by our regional administration from a lot of times. That the first regional law envisaging this kind of instrument is the number 2 of 2002, Organic Law on Tourism, and over the last 20 years, the scattered hotel has received continuous support from the structural funds as well. At the present moment, the regional law 3 of 2021, the so-called Sviluppo Impresa, reaffirmed the importance of this model, especially for what is connected with the development trajectory, sustainable innovation to build greener destination envisaged in our new sustainable smart specialization strategy. In this context, also the support of the European Regional Development Fund for the present programming period is expecting with a financing line with a budget of 13 million, and also with some action in the context of the inland area strategy, in particular for smart mountain. Turning now to the theme of hydrogen, it represents a strategic issue for our region. The Alpine region is at the forefront of the transition towards a low carbon or even carbon neutral economy. Opportunities related to the hydrogen as energy dense carrier with multiple uses and the potential to play an essential part in achieving deep cuts in emissions and improve security and resilience of the energy systems have been increasingly outlined also in the current geopolitical scenario. The European Commission has adopted recently the REPowerEU implementation plan to reduce the dependence of Russian fossil fuels, which will require also diversifying gas supplies and increase the level of renewable hydrogen. Hydrogen accelerator has been proposed to support the realization of these ambitions. As you can see in the slide, the Venezia Giulia region is committed to facing this challenge responsibly, not only at the local and national level, but also thinking of a mutual future in transnational terms, with the idea of sharing knowledge, skills, and innovative solutions for the deployment of hydrogen-based solutions, strengthening local hydrogen ecosystem, and building interregional value chain. Our region is one of the 9 regions from France, Germany, and Italy who signed in 2021 the EUSALP letter of intent on strengthening the cooperation in the field of hydrogen-based solutions, addressing primarily sustainable mobility. The regional administration launched a process last year towards the establishment of a hydrogen valley, extending not only to its territory, but also enlarged to the cross-border area with Slovenia and Russia. The initiative aims to enable the emergence of integrated hydrogen ecosystem on transnational scale for climate change, mitigation, and regional economic development. The interdepartmental working group, together with the representatives of regional research and industry, is hardly working on implementing the model of hydrogen valley, which is based as common characteristic as you can find in the present slide. So first of all, large in scale, the project scope goes beyond mere demonstration activity and compromise multi-million euro investments. Secondly, a clearly defined geographic scope from regional focus to national, in our case, macro-regional point of view. Besides broad value chain coverage covering multiple steps in the hydrogen value chain, ranging from hydrogen production to storage and distribution. And in conclusion, supply to various end sectors. Several sectors are in fact touched as mobility, industry, and energy and uses. The scientific and innovation systems of Friuli Venezia Giulia, and namely university, research institutes, and pole of innovation, is deeply involved in the process, which is focusing in particular on advanced infrastructure and competencies in material research, such as hydrogen production, storage, and exploitation, knowledge and competence in underground storage of gases useful to investigate safe hydrogen storage on a large scale, then digital competencies for the design and optimization of distributed energy systems, and finally, the training and education of new generations contributing to the creation of new energy transition related jobs. In this context, I would like also to mention the National Recovery and Resilience Plan of Italy that serves the education and research a specific mission, mission number 4, with the aim of strengthening the education system, digital and technical scientific skills, research and technology transfer. As showed in the slide, the component 2 from research to business intends to support the research and development investments to promote the innovation and diffusion of technologies to reinforce competencies. The systemic actions foreseen cover the entire chain of the research and innovation process, from the fundamental research to the technological transfer, providing different levels of technology readiness level and diversified networks among universities, research centers, and enterprises. All the interventions are implemented through competitive procedures. More specifically, the investment 1.5 innovation ecosystem aims at establishing at the national level 12 territorial ecosystem based on the partnership among universities, public research bodies, public territorial authorities, other public and private bodies, highly qualified and internationally recognized. It is worth mentioning that the University of Friuli Venezia Giulia and the National Institute of Oceanography and Applied Geophysics based in Trieste, in our region, have applied together with the universities and research centers from Veneto region and the 2 provinces of Trento and Bolzano for the establishment of a northeastern Italy innovation ecosystem. The proposal passed the first phase of evaluation and has entered in the second phase. It aims to rapidly extend the benefits of digital technologies to the key specialization areas of the Northeast territory, the so-called Triveneto area, boosting digital technology in the setting of industrial manufacturing sector, agriculture, sea, mountains, construction, tourism, culture, health, and food. The project proposal alliance stems from the analysis of the smart specialization strategy of the concerned regions to best plan activities, thematic spokes across the 7 macro themes of the regional innovation strategies have been defined. Also, ecosystem for mountain innovation are included. This example shows the preparedness of the regional ecosystem to work jointly on topics of common interest to explore the research and innovation potential also to macro-regional scale. So I hope to have given to you an overview of our strategy, and in particular with regard to the subject mentioned. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Annalisa. And I think I will connect this. Well, first of all, I would like to underline that S3 strategies were born under the willingness, let's say, of the JRC and the European Commission, also to promote territorial cohesion and across the territories. And of course, here we see the double, let's say, side of what we presented this morning in the first roundtable, because that focus more on the use of, let's say, if they're private or public funds, but to fund startups and enterprises. And here we see on the other side how regions perceive their strategic use of funds. And I think these two realities have to be connected, because in the end, you're working for the same aim. And however, on the regional side and the European Commission side, there is also a purpose to make the territories also in line with the sustainability goals, and as well to promote territorial cohesion in the whole European area. So on these, I will go actually a little bit off topic of what we discussed about, but I would like to first ask to Harald and then to Annalisa. So if you think that there is a need for, so how do you see that transnational cooperation would improve your action on research and innovation priorities identified by your region? And do you think there is also a need for a transnational approach in identifying the common topics? Because of course here, as we saw in Annalisa's presentation, the of course S3 strategies are based on the territorial assets. But do you think there should be also a transnational perspective in these? And when the topics are selected, do you think that a transnational approach and collaboration on different topics improves your outputs on the territory, or do you not think that? I think this is an interesting question. And
first of all, let me say 2 words about the presentation. You see here the different approach. The very strong region as Veneto Friuli, where they have a compact strategy developed, and then our smaller region of Burgenland, where we are not so in favor or not engaged, or we have some deficits in the R&D development, and so we have to focus on specific topics and to concentrate really on our strengths, and not willingness to catch all the themes which can be important, because we don't have the capacities in our smaller region. Also, this is very interesting for me to see the different approaches to this. And our main goal is really to concentrate, and also to concentrate our manpowers and our institutional capacities to some specific topics, and there to develop them further, and not this very global and very big strategy approach which was presented by my colleague. Coming back to the question, for us as Burgenland, it's very important to have this cross-border, international or transnational approach, because we are a small region, just lying between the old western part, Germany, and the new eastern part, Hungary, Slovakia, and we have always been in a very specific situation also within Austria. So for us, it's important to cooperate with different regions from different aspects, and also, as I mentioned before, on specific topics, because we don't have a university, so we have to cooperate with also our knowledge transfer, information flows, and whatever. So for us, this transnational or international approach, also for our firms, because we don't have bigger companies in our region. As I mentioned, the biggest one is Burgenland Energy. They have about 700 employees. So you can see that from bigger companies, we are far away in our region. So we have to concentrate and to cooperate and find maybe some cooperations also in the field of private companies. And in combination, we want also with this internationalization platform, but also with other hubs, the cooperation between the firms, the public authorities, about the politics, and also the science. We were just developing and cooperating also with other universities coming from Vienna and from Graz, to find here some solutions and to strengthen our region. But the transnational and international approach for us as a Burgenland region is very important. And also we use the EU funds, or we try it, very strategic, because we are a partner in 3 cross-border programs with Slovakia, Hungary, and Slovenia. And we try to set the themes in all 3 programs to develop common solutions also for all the cross-border aspects, and also transfer this on the transnational level to be partner where the topics are relevant for us as Burgenland.
Thank you, Harald. I would like to hear also Annalisa's opinion on this topic. So do you think that research and innovation actions are improved through transnational cooperation? And do you foresee also a role on transnational cooperation in identifying the topics? So do you have this perception or?
Yes. Our regional administration believe very strongly in transnational cooperation. This translational dimension is part of our story as a cross-border region, also for our geopolitical dimension. And we think that the strategic involvement in initiatives as the European Smart Specialization Platform I've quoted before, but also in some strategic project or action with a cross-border dimension are very important in order to enhance some strategic regional actions, which have, first of all, territorial importance, but which could open their perspective and goals with the collaborations with other territories in terms of creating synergies or complementarities as well for the benefit of all the territories involved. So our belief is that this transnational dimension could enrich the action envisaged for the support of the research and innovation systems. We have also a strategic action called SIS for the enhancing of our scientific and innovation system. And our perspective is also to enhance the international dimension, because we think that this kind of actions could enrich our system and give to our region, which is also a small region, some opportunities to
Harald doesn't better a small region.
Well, all is relative.
Exactly. No, but this is actually really interesting because, well, of course, for me, I come from the Lombardy region, so you're both really small regions to us. But the idea of S3 strategies and of this transnational cooperation that we're talking about is exactly this: that also bigger regions collaborate on the same topics with smaller ones. And the aim and the goals are the same for all of us in the end. And I think it's good that we're moving towards strategies that include at the core sustainability as one of the key challenges to be addressed at present, also in line with the European Commission Green Deal. I wanted to ask a specific question to Annalisa, but let me know if it's appropriate, because in your presentation you mentioned a lot national plans, such as the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which was implemented in 2021 in Italy and also in other countries due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I was wondering, however, you never mentioned the National Research Agenda, which is implemented by the Ministry of Research at the national level. So I wanted to understand if you take also that into account in the definition of your regional policies and regional strategies, or if the bridge to that strategy, which focuses mainly only on research issues, so it's mainly academic focused, is given through the involvement of universities in your entrepreneurial discovery process. So I wanted to understand if that is taken into account, or if you, in the definition of S3 or S4 strategies, you focus more on the policy side and on structural funds at the EU level.
Yes, I quoted very briefly the reference to our national framework, but it was extremely important in the definition of our new strategy and in the activation of the entrepreneurial discovery process. Also for the definition of the working group, we took into account the European level, but also the national research agenda to define the subjects of the working groups, and our intent is to be coherent with both the national and European level, also to facilitate some future actions in terms of collaboration with other subjects at European and also at national levels. So our goal was just it. And so for us, it was also the national smart specialization strategy was an important reference in all the process.
Thank you. Yeah, I imagine based on the composition of your working groups, which were really similar to the strategy. The last question I would like to ask to both of you. So first Harald and then Annalisa. So do you think that macro-regional strategies, and more specifically EUSAL, but also other macro-regional strategies, because I think both of your regions are in other macro-regional strategies as well, do you think that they are a platform to be used to improve these research and innovation actions at not only at the transnational level, but also at the regional level? So do you see another value in these strategies? And is there currently a political ownership of these strategies? Or do you think that things should be improved and aligned better with your S3 or S4 strategies?
I think every initiative can bring some positive effects. So I will not say that the macro regional strategies cannot help us also for an improvement of some innovative actions. But nevertheless, and I also have good contact also to other regions in Austria, also with the political level, it's not very intensive discussed. Also the engagement in the macro regional strategies. For instance, if there are some political meetings, then the question is on the political level, who will present from our region? Normally the governor should be there. Now he cannot, he wants not, then second, third, and someone has to be there, but it has not the priority one, also on the political level. But we try to be also part in some working groups, especially in the Alpine space macro-regional strategy, not so in the Danube strategy, but yeah, it's also a question of capacity, human capacity, because there are a lot of meetings. On the other hand, yeah, there is no funding and no money, and so also there we concentrate on the programs. It means projects where the Alpine program gives us some funding opportunities. A macro-regional strategy, yeah, it's a discussion around. They can identify or help us to bring some specific teams more in detail, but without money, it's very hard, yeah, to have here the same strategic level, also the political level, as other instruments.
Thank you. Annalisa?
Yes, we think that EUSALP and macro-regional strategies in general play a very important crucial role in the process of supporting research and innovation in our territory in an international and transnational perspective as well. In accordance to the governance rules in place at Italian national level, Friuli-Venezia Giulia region participates to two macro-regional approaches, respectively EUSALP and EUSAR. We are aware that creating a joint political and technical platform of collaboration involving different states and regions, and not only at the level of key stakeholders, but also of the public authorities entitled to design and implement a sectorial priority in the respective policy fields, is quite changely and requires time. But it is a very important challenge for us, and it could give an added value for to our actions for supporting research and innovation. So we recognize the added value of this process if well supported with the proper governance tools as well. The creation of long value chains is impacting our regional economies that need more incisive investment in research and innovation, also in today's context with the consequences of the pandemic crisis as well. And we are also being aware of the importance of new instruments capable to support technological transfer and research at macro-regional scale. So we are firmly convinced in the potential of the macro-regional strategies, and we hope consequently that the collaboration in the Alpine region could evolve effectively thanks to the contribution of all the parties, so that the effect of the action could be maximized and to the benefit of all the territory as well.
Yes, thanks a lot for the outlook. And I think from both of your comments, macro-regional strategies are a good platform, but still need to be improved and start up, let's say, in an effective way. And I think macro-regional strategies are really a challenge on multi-level governance, because of course you speak from the public authority side, but macro-regional strategies also try to implement a multi-level governance approach, which is even more complicated because it tries to have both a bottom-up and top-down approach on things and topics, and therefore it complicates a lot the outlook on everything. So they need to be perfected and started up in a better way. Of course, EUSALP, for example, was established only in 2015, so it's not so many years that it has existed. And I think I can speak for the EUSALP bodies. There is the realization that things still need to be improved and perfected, but I think we're on the right path, and these kind of projects such as ARING help defining common actions which could be taken, and the outlooks for the action group 1 of EUSALP, which deals with research innovation, I think will be taken into account by the AG1 members, which represent most of the EUSALP region. So I thank the panelists of this last session, and I would move on to the wrap up and conclusions. And actually I would ask to either Professor De Luca or Floriana Mulazzi to conclude a little bit the airing session of today and to give a concluding remark on the overall project activities and the overall outputs. But first you need to speak and then the picture. I'm joking.
Sorry, I was just saying maybe we can greet all the participants from home and here with us together, and we all partners that participate into the project. So come on here without remorse. And while Professor will give his final statement, maybe.
So the final statement is a final picture. In
Yes.
So,
Chiara, Roberto.
Can I stand up
Effie?
as well? Otherwise, I'm the only one sitting. I want to stand up as well.
Oh.
Otherwise, I'm the only one sitting, and I look like
Nice, nice.
like a president.
Oh, I can sit next to you if you want. Grazie.
But maybe it's better if someone just stood. Maybe it's better if someone just stood.
Maybe we have a grand angle. So, hey, Professor De Luca. Hi there from home. Thank you. Thanks. You have the lead. Thanks a lot, Harald.
yes. Just two things. Firstly, okay, we are Interreg project, so a public funded project, trying also to making collaborate business, academia and public administration. But basically, we do think that our aim is quite different from that of the private companies. To say our main aim is making the public money the best for common good, for the largest quarter of the society. So this is our moral scope also in this kind of project, and also all the institutions that are funding this kind of collaboration aim at this. Have you seen how it's spectacular and very satisfying, rewarding? Say what happened for on the private side of this kind of project, like venture factory, acting as a factory. This is to say, catching every piece of the value chain, put it together in a very easy way. All that for us is a very grave difficulty, that is to say, overcoming bureaucracy, cost of information, all these kind of difficulties, they are able to internalize, like a big corporation. That is the sense of the big corporation. But we also are not looking profit for profits. We're looking for create the better condition for private business, okay, but also in a very sustainable way, in a very sustainable development, new path. This is our scope as public institution. So I'm very proud of what we have done. That is to say, that's not quite difficult to solve in a private way, these kind of things, but we do believe that also this kind of innovation, this kind of interaction must be much more profitable for the largest quarter of the society, of the citizen, of very less developed territories. That is quite easy to catch innovation in a large city, in a big university, and put in a big metropolis. But we are doing our best to improve also the poorest community. We are working for the community. That is to serve for the whole people. Also to convey the sense that the community is made up of a lot of people that give something and also get back something else. Not also in a horizontal way, but also in a vertical way, that is to say, in a historic point sense. You know, we are here because this magnificent building has been built, or better, has been bought for public scope. So this is the sense. We also fight for building this kind of sense of attitude. And I'm very firmly convinced that we reach a very important point, creating stable collaboration. So I wish ourselves to find next time in phase with the next program. We are waiting for the next call by the Interreg program, and be sure that we will contact you again. So enjoy your last day in Milan and see you.
It's a promise soon. And a menace.
Yes.
At the same time.
You will not escape us. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah.